We'll get started in a minute. All right, we'll get started. I'm doing some sketchbook-based programming right now, which is a little bit hard to share on stream. I guess I should. Why don't I try getting my iPad actually? Also, I shouldn't have had this Red Bull just before starting because it makes me irritated, which is weird because it's probably because I'm both tired and then the caffeine. Got my iPad pen. Let me find my iPad. Which it needs to charge anyway, I think. I guess it's charging. All right, we'll get started soon, and we're going to continue the work we were doing on the weekend. Actually, I've started refactoring my entire terminal UI stack for building like my command line terminal chatbot, which has been interesting because it's like 3-year-old code that, well, like 2 years old, that was not Vibe, that was like not written by an LLM really, and it was like gnarly, like human written legacy code, definitely its own thing as well. And curious to see, like I refactored basically everything everywhere. After the stream on Sunday, which was 10 hours of streaming, I think until 2 in the morning. Actually, I continued until like 6. Which, thank God I don't need much sleep, but still, I still feel it. That's what being 43 does to you. I love this dude. I wonder why it's always missing like kind of the left boundary, which is fun. It's like happens pretty often. All right, we're gonna work today until the edibles kick in as usual. And what I've been doing is refactoring basically my little command line framework. So what we did, and I don't think this will compile anymore, what we did on Sunday, is build a little bot with a REPL, and then the REPL started like getting on my nerves in terms of the UI. Like I couldn't copy paste. It was like not perfect, and I was running into an issue with another thing that I refactored, the core abstraction for what a conversation with an LLM is. Um, I was starting to debug that, having like debug verbs, and I basically like really like ripped the heart out of all my basically LLM framework and terminal framework. So we have our work cut out for us to see. So this is where I'm at currently. I have this like little chat application. Looks like it is before, but now the little boxes that will appear here, um, I can register renderers basically, right? Like I can register custom renderers. So for example, if I do a tool call of the checkbox tool call, it will actually render a little UI that I can then toggle the checkbox with. So a tool call can now, or like any kind of content that I want to show here, because it doesn't need to be blocks from an LLM conversation. I can do whatever. I can stream into them, right? So if I do this, currently I have like a fake streaming backend, and you see there's like all kinds of like little bugs in here. So that's what I mean with like we're gonna have our work cut out for us. It's like basically because everything was so super intricate in how it was built, I don't think this did like all that great of a job with GPT-5 trying to clean it up. I should have basically just like, you know, restarted from the beginning. So at this point though, and maybe this is not like the best thing to do after work when I'm tired and I'm on my way to be stoned, but we'll roll with it. I'm going to start debugging some of these little things because I do have logging in here, but like this logging to have the bot, like the chatbot, like kind of interact with it, not fully sure this is all that great. And yeah, well, we'll see how we do all of this. So what was the thing that I wanted to start with is like having a breakpoint. I just added we're going to use the debugger like in the old days. And one thing that I was wondering about is when I render my weather tool, it actually doesn't render the right component. So that's what we're going to have a look at. And it's happening here. So if I go to my debug screen, create a launch JSON, but I did create a launch JSON, right? Does it? Why doesn't it find it? Because it's, do I need to make this like a real workspace? Like it is not able to find launch JSONs in like subdirectories? Okay, so move this to the root. We'll see. And I'm going to try some of my, I haven't played with much GPT-5 besides the like standard model, whatever it is, in Cursor. And it's slow as fuck, but it also like rarely has to go back on things, right? Like here, I'm struggling because I actually don't even know what I want to do. And I'm discovering like old legacy shit that I did that I had no idea I built. Like there was a whole like HTTP control of the HTTP server to control the UI, which of course was like derailing things because it was trying to keep it. So I'm still in this, like, I actually don't even know how this all fits together and what I'm doing problem, which of course makes prompting even like a good model, like hopeless. And then I had like funny little things where things were blocking really weirdly. And it was like, I don't understand the logs look correct. And then I realized that I was trying to detect the terminal type because if the code was moved around, it would like wait for keyboard input to do that. So it was like all kinds of weird little bugs. that you know that were weird. I didn't understand what I was going for here. Holy shit! What is all of this crap? All right, goodbye. And then, why is there no VS Code in here? Do people know how to create something that's in the root anyway? Like if I create a directory now, it's going to be whatever I have selected, but I can't unselect anything. It's like, it's so weird. I don't know how to move this to the root except of doing it here. All right, anyway. So we're going to move the launch JSON in here, and then we're just going to do boba t. Does it have it now? Okay, cool. Debugging terminal UI programs is always like an interesting experience as well. I wish there was like I'm sure there's like an MCP to control the VS Code debugger. Does that exist? Cursor control the cursor IDE debugger through MCP. Because I tried like running Delve in its own terminal, and that was like just like kind of horrible. So is this running? What's going on here? And I hate this UI. I don't know where I am. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know where my program is supposed to be. There it is. So if I do checkbox, then I hit this here, and I've got my entity record. I've got my renderer, which is the key is 0, and this is LLM text. And the props for that, role user text checkbox. Okay, so this is my message. And here I get the model factory by kind, which is going to give me the LLM text factory. It's going to create an LLM text box. And here I am receiving the checkbox tool, I think, which is renderer test checkbox v1 kind tool call. It's going to get the model factory by key. And the model factory by key should have 3 keys registered. It should have LLM text simple v1, tools panel v1, plain, test checkbox, and I see that it doesn't have the weather tools. Okay, so that explains what is going on. So that's good. So we're going to stop our program. And I wonder if GPT-5 Nano is going to figure this out, which is that in our main chat here, we are creating a chat backend, and we are creating a, what is TL hook? Like a timeline registry hook. Why is it called hook? With timeline register. Chat initial model. Okay, so anyway, we are registering tool weather and tool search renderers in main.go. So what I'm doing here is I'm just going to check how quote unquote intelligent is GPT-5 Nano. If Nano doesn't figure it out, I will go to Mini, and then I will like work my way up and figure out if they are able to piece things together, right? But then when running, they are not registered. It's a pretty plain question. That's like literally where I'm at in my head. And I want to see how well it's able to figure this out, parse it, search it, like all of these things. And maybe I should just like create a new tab, do the same query, switch to GPT-5 Mini. The thing is with switching to Mini, this is also going to switch it to Mini. Maybe, maybe not. So we'll see. We'll compare, and then I'm gonna close this one. Hey Noah. So you're asking why ask AI to move a file by hand? So I asked it because it would have had to update it. Also, it took me like more seconds to move it by hand. Actually, I knew that I would struggle with creating the directory. But yeah, you're right. Like, there's a ton of things that would make more sense. I think often it kind of, I don't know. Sometimes like doing things manually breaks me out of a flow. I think that's also why I do it. I didn't even think of like necessarily doing it by hand because I'm talking at the same time. But especially moving files, you're right. Like this is something to definitely do by hand. Renaming variables, renaming packages. Those are all things that I will not do in Cursor even because the refactoring capabilities suck. I just like use Golang to do it. Although I must say that GPT-5 has been pretty good at using the move command. Sonnet is like always like a little dice, and then especially if it like starts moving files by copying them, right, like by recreating them entirely, that's when really subtle bugs start to make their way in because it will like misinterpret what it is copying. So it's all kind of weird. But I did do a lot of refactoring today at work with GPT-5, and it like literally starts by deleting the files, which is great because that Sonnet doesn't do that, and it will like then start fixing the files that it should be deleting anyway, and then it like ends up in madness. I'd rather have them like where's the fun? Well, I get like results. Also, I don't care too much about the code. I'm more about like adding architecture, like doing basically designing stuff. I've never been too much of like a puzzle coder, if that makes sense. Like I like building architectures and like systems, and the code usually is just like a means to an end, if that makes sense. I like designing languages, you know, like I like, yeah. I guess it's design. It's like putting things together. I like designing APIs, so that's why like most of my work is going to be on paper usually. So let me switch to the big camera. Like this is something I've always done, even before LLMs. Is like programming in this way and like making little architectures and whatever, and then connecting them. So especially GPT-5 now, because like things struggled before, is great at doing this kind of work. Where let me see if I can find some good designs in here. I must say, like in the last few months, I haven't really been doing it, but yeah, I'll usually like have things like this everywhere. So that's like kind of my, what I call programming. Like that's the thing that is really fun for me and always has been, like LLM or not. So I'm really glad that now I'm able to build so much more that before was just by the sheer amount of effort needed to turn it into a real thing. Now it's like gone. All right, what is it doing here? This is GPT-5 Nano, right? No, this is Mini. So Mini, I'll add debug logs to the registration so we can confirm the hook is executed. Okay, interesting. I added debug logging. What I changed, so this guy just added debug logging, and then what did this guy do? It's editing. It's probably going to do the same thing. All right, so one of them added debug logging, and then let's see what Nano does. Proposing debugging steps. I'll need to provide targeted debugging steps. The main sets up root add command or fake command, which uses a run fake backend when running go run blah blah blah. What did it want to do? Creating a debugging plan, proposing a fix. One idea is moving the registration into the timeline registry. No, that's not good. It considers logging. Okay. And then, so this is more like, here I'm not trying to get to a result really. I'm just like interested in playing with the model, right? I'm just trying to get to know this guy a little bit better, because it is weird. It is just like very, very different from other models I've seen in the past. In a way, so it's slow. And also, I've never really had to undo what it did if I knew what I wanted to have, right? And in a way, that's much more pleasant for me to work with than having to have say Sonnet, which would be faster, but then like having to say like just yell at it and be like no 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 no, and then undo things and then having to prompt them differently and stuff. I'd rather have this like slow going plotting thing because it allows me to work on like 2 programs at once or something like that. Okay, so this was Nano. Here, focus steps. The renderers must be registered via the timeline hook. If the hook isn't invoked or the registration occurs after the timeline controller is already wired up, the renderers might not be picked. It's the first time I see it like say might as such. What to check and how to fix it. Patch idea, so it adds a log here. So basically it does logging for everything, right? All right, let's put out the big guns and let's use GPT-5 high. That's YOLO. So we're going to revert this and then we're going to do the same check, this time with the big model, see if it is able to statically figure out what's going on. So what kind of, so with the vibe coding, like what kind of problem did you have it solve? I find vibe coding a very interesting modality of building software in the sense that it's more like sketching code, like sketching on a whiteboard kind of work instead of having it like necessarily solve real problems. I mean, it really depends on the style, right? And for the vibe coding part, I find having a good set of base APIs and understanding how the model behaves is, I find, kind of the key. What model were you using? Like, what kind of code and approach were you using? I'd be really curious. Like, I can show you the kind of I don't know if there's going to be like much vibe coding in the stuff that I do today because it's such a intricate, like low-level machinery with a lot of like weird-ass human legacy code in there. I hope to get to a point where I can vibe code significant features of the stuff I want to build. I don't think I'll get there tonight. Well, maybe actually, maybe we might. I'm not fully sure. Like, there's like a lot of stuff that is also like, what the fuck is that? That was a weird thought trace. What is this? Oh, it's just a formatting issue. Why did it break the formatting? See, like it missed a backtick here, which is interesting. Like that's usually the, I mean, it's in the thinking token, so I'm not gonna like worry too much about it, but that could be a sign that the context window is full. These kind of like little glitches are something that make me pay attention to it. Yeah, that's an interesting problem, right? So that to me doesn't seem like a good vibe coding part, right? Because like the thing I mean, I don't know enough about your use case. Is this like, was it like a text protocol, or what was going over the UART? Also, what editor or like coding agent and model were you using? Because that also like, I mean, has a significant impact on what you're doing. But I can show you the stuff that like, it's not even vibe coding at this point. I just like call it like one-shot YOLO coding. But I was interested in like, I've never really used an RTOS before. And we have this idea of like building a little BBS. So one thing I often do is I use GPT to do a little research and say like, oh, how can you do like, how can you how can you build a BBS with Zephyr? I don't know how to pronounce it. With some Flash stuff, and I just said like, yo, I want like a BBS basically. Build it with like the native sim, and then I let it run, and I came back in a bit, right? So like just gave it some GPT web search kind of stuff with pointers, and then I came back. Like I get a little notification, and then I'm like, okay, yeah, this is cool. I always ask it to take screenshots so I can actually make sure that it's not completely hallucinating stuff, and then I look at the source code, right? And it's just like a very simple main.c. It's like I was like, oh shit, this is like what you can do with Zephyr. Is like you really don't need much. And then I was like, uh, make it use storage and the serial console. And then I realized, oh, it is already using the serial console. And then I was like, dude, I want this to be native ARM. So here it used little fs on like a native mounted thing. And then after that, I was like, now build a native ARM version and run it in QEMU. And the output of this is like not anything I will like use for real. But what I have now is like all this nonsense. Oh shit, it doesn't show it. But like the CMake file, the config, like the QEMU config, all that stuff, I don't care about figuring it out. So I'm like happy that the LLM just like iterates on it. So that's, I don't even know if you can call it vibe coding at this point. I call it like YOLO coding, where, right, like on paper, I'll build this system with like all these little components. And each of those are like maybe is complex-ish enough, but not too much that probably an agent can do a good job on it. I'll let it run. And then now with GPT-5, what's great is I can take these like little half-baked pieces of stuff and merge them into a consistent whole. Yeah, I mean, embedded is a really weird space, right? Like C was one of the languages where like, yeah, the LLMs really fucking struggle with C. And so what I did is I took the C library. I mean, they struggle with it because of the macros, because the training corpus is like a big ball of mud. And what I did is like, and then they have to keep track of memory allocation context, right? Or like resource allocation, because since you, except for stack-based stuff, you do have to keep track of things on the heap or open files or whatever. So when I was programming in C back in the days, I took this like very opinionated approach of like most of the stuff I do was like always stack allocated. I always had like a go-to end to like have a cleanup kind of step. I don't know if you know like the DJB code. What's that dude up to anyway? Dan Bernstein? I don't know. Crypto blog. Anyway, I learned a lot of C from him. But so what I did when I was building like a free RTOS, a fairly complex thing actually, and what I ended up doing was just wrapping everything in C++, which the LLM was great at, and then just like vibe coding on the C++. Because yeah, I mean Sonnet is really deceptive, I find. Like Sonnet is like the more you yell at it, the more it will like pretend to do the thing that you want. So it's it really isn't for this kind of debugging. And I mean, I wonder, do you have the code that you were working on back then? Like, is this open source that I can find somewhere? That's where you want to, everything is like kind of logic reasoning. I would throw the biggest thinking model at it that you can. Yeah, I mean, programming with LLMs is not easy. I'll say you that outright. Like even vibe coding is not easy in the sense that to put yourself in the state of vibing, right? You potentially need to absorb and be very comfortable with a lot of things that actually take a lot of effort to acquire, right? It's just like when you have mastered something, you don't actually need a lot of effort to do things that could be potentially really, really effortful, but you are, because you have mastered it, vibing more than like being, like if you're like a low level programmer and you see like, you see you're like, I mean, I'm rusty, that's for sure. But you see like your standard, I don't know, like whatever stuff you have. When you see that, you like immediately know what this kind of is. This doesn't make sense actually. Um, and you're like, oh yeah, sure, I'll get like I'll get like the top 4 bits or something like that. If people don't know that. But so what can really help LLMs is that, for example, this stuff is kind of complex for an LLM to deal with, right? And for a human too, potentially. It's just that as an embedded developer, you've seen this stuff so often that you're like, yeah, I don't, right? Like it's a pattern match. But also you could have something like this, which seems kind of ridiculous for a human because you're so used to seeing this pattern. But this can already really help an LLM because it has this word in it that will like just like reinforce what it says. But potentially you could also like call this like, what would be like an appropriate word is like RQ masking flags or something like that, right? And then suddenly, if you compare these two, also I hope that what I'm saying is like even correct. But so if you have code like this and you prompt things like, oh, check if the IRQ is valid, the model will have a much easier time writing the code for checking if the IRQ is valid versus if that is the way to do it. And so having a solid API that matches the language you're going to use when vibing is really, really important, right? And yeah, I don't know. I'm getting a little bit off in the weeds here. Let me see. What did this guy do? I mean, okay. That's a weird change. Like, I mean, it will work, but I wonder what this was about. I haven't read this. It's pretty yappy and it's thinking. It's like hard to parse what it says, and also it like really does a lot of back and forth. Checking for overshadowing factory. We've already adjusted the checkbox factory kind, so that's good. Now I need to make sure that no other generic factories overshadow it. For example, the renderers plain factory renders with the plain type. We'll see what this does. Yeah, it's that is from what you're describing, that's a really kind of like an advanced AI coding task. That's not. I mean, it's a good example to try to master it, right? Like, what do you need to? Which model do you need? What's the prompting? It's too bad that you don't have it as a free example, because like when things go wrong, that's like always like the best moment to explore, right? Like when it goes right, you're like, I don't, yeah, like there's not much I can do to get better at it. But I really, one of the things I always say is like it's hard. It's a hard skill to learn, and it's something that comes through practice. So yeah, I guess the parallel to music is really good, right? Like jamming. Oh, we're just jamming, we're just vibing, we're just like playing things out. Doesn't mean that you haven't like practiced like hours and hours and hours on really tough stuff. It's just that you have to do that to actually jam, to actually be able to improvise and let loose and do all of that. And so in a way, that's very true of, I think, LLM programming as well. And it's why I use things like this where I'm like, oh, I've got a tricky problem. Like I don't like the LLMs don't seem to be able to fix it. To me, that's great because it's like, okay, now I have something to practice. I have something to like work against. If something works right out of the box, I'm like, I didn't try hard enough, right? So look through the timeline registrations. Root cause checkbox factory was registered by kind tool call. So every tool call entity instantiated a checkbox interactive model that bypassed the stateless renderers. Yeah, and this is actually correct. Making it look like weather search weren't registered. That is weird though, because they were registered by key. I mean, let's see if this fix is correct. This is at least going in the right direction. I'm pretty sure of that. But from my understanding of the code, this is not going to be enough. But we'll see. And I'm starting to have like too many projects that I need to close at some point. Holy crap! Where is it? It's use inference API for Pinocchio. All right, so if I do weather Paris, so now it works. Holy crap. Checkbox. And then search Golang. So see, like the big thinking model like found it. It's really curious that it would do the check by kind. But so I'm going to ask a follow-up question, because then my understanding wasn't like fully correct about this. Like my human understanding of, because I've been poring over this code for quite a bit. It's like, wouldn't it check by the key first and then by the kind? Oh, does it need to do, oh, look at that. There's a logic issue, right? If the key is not null, this is okay, then it creates a new model, but then it, oh no, and then it does if it's nil and the renderer kind is there. So that's weird. I'm going to run this in a debugger because I don't fully understand this. So if I do weather Paris, I'm get on create, and then the renderer key here is LLM text. Okay, that's our text. And then the second one is renderer tool get weather v1 tool call kind. And then it wasn't able to find it still. That confuses me. And then it was able to create the right one though. That is confusing. So the model, the registry has model by kind, tool calls panel. It doesn't have, and then models by key. And I don't understand this. This is weird. So it can't find it by key, and then it finds it by kind. And V here is nil. I'm thoroughly confused. Also, this monitor resolution is making me claustrophobic. I can't like. This doesn't have any model. This is freaking me out. I don't understand why it works. I don't understand why it works at all. Very, very fucking weird, because it's created here, and then this freaks me out. I don't totally don't understand what's going on here. And then it has the tool weather renderer. Yeah, very weird. Yeah, interesting. So what's your background? What's your job? I mean, I gather you're an embedded engineer, but tell me more. This really freaks me out. Like I don't know what's going on, and also like I get really claustrophobic by with this stuff here. So it's initializing, it's registering the tool renderer backend, it's getting the key. Okay, so I don't need to block on this. It's registering the key by kind, which means our timeline registry now, does it get overwritten? Model by key. And then it like stored it in by key. Okay, so this is starting to make a little bit more sense. There's register model factory and then there's register. Oh, and it's still doing the old school thing. So it is register model fact. Man, this is making me so claustrophobic to have this. Usually I have like two 4K monitors. Get model factory by key, get by key, get by kind. That's where this stuff was happening. So the get by key is happening in run chat with option, confirmed registration. So this is debugging code. Right, and then here the renderer is the tool weather renderer. Okay, so this is code we can delete. This is making me really uncomfortable having everything so big. Okay, and so you mostly work on bare metal C, or like embedded bare metal C was the one language where I was like LLMs really fucking struggle with it. Like that, just to put some context on it, I was like, this is really hard for them. And this was back in, so this was before Sonnet 4, but this was like in November or something. I was like, I have to rewrite this in C++ or at least wrap it because otherwise I won't get anywhere. I can show you. It's I think it was in Flipper 0 firmware, and then I do have a branch here, right? Which branch did I work on? Task add file film development application. And where's my first commit here? It's annoying that they have the same user icon than I do. So this is me, this is them. Beginning of loop interpreter. So I think this is where I started with like C stuff. Oh, gosh, in C it's horrible. Like usually I don't write like comments like this. But so this was like my C code. And I started really struggling with, I started adding macros to make things a little bit more robust, right? Because this stuff was just like getting worse and worse. And I fought the good fight for like quite a while, I think, in this thing here, is like trying to get writing a lot of like temporary things. Like I was trying to Oh, and then the static initialization of the. I haven't done embedded in like 10 years, so I'm also very rustic there. Um, what was I trying to do here with my, what the fuck is that? Oh, it's just like formatting stuff. I was struggling like getting static data into a static segment, like all kinds of like weird stuff. Um, and um, at some point I was like, fuck it, I'm just rewriting this in C++. So when was the, yeah, refactor a C++ example app, and then I wrapped all the widgets. So this was like, I can tell from the Git comments that I was pretty frustrated. And then I started like just wrapping everything into these C++ views, and then things started getting like easier to vibe at a higher level. So if you look at, let me see if we can find some of those. So HPP views, text box, HPP. So I think the film developer stuff is actually a submodule. / applications user. Film developer, is it like in there? Test film developer. I think that's actually a different film developer. I think it was like a submodule. Yeah, and then if you could look at dialogues, this stuff was much easier to vibe then. Because then I could just say like, oh, add a dispatch dialogue, and then it would just like instantiate the class and I'll be done. And then the tricky stuff was like wrapped around it. I didn't have to deal with mallocs and all of that stuff. I mean, even having malloc is like a weird thing to me, but I was able to, because of the destructors, be able to do this kind of stuff, which it would always forget to do in C, and then, and then everything would crash, and it would be like a pain to debug and the usual embedded shit. So being able to just say like, create a file browser CPP on the stack in my main routine is like so much easier than having the model hopefully remember what it needs to do to clean up. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you're responsible for your code working well, right? And I find the value of vibe coding not necessarily in that it has to be the code that you deliver that you vibe code. It's more about things that you can vibe code. Like, let me see if I can make something up on the fly that has some kind of relevance to. I like the stuff I would vibe code if I were to do embedded is like tooling around it, right? Like, so tools that make my job easier, creating a product that's robust. So like fuzzers, just like analyze like logic analyzer traces, scripts to generate documentation, like making like a real-time WebSocket view of the sensor values, like all those kinds of things, where basically I don't care if the thing is buggy or whatever, as long as it like helps me get my stuff done. And then obviously, if I do have a 10-line thing that is in the middle of the hot loop, like, which I need to understand inside and out, like, yeah, then AI is not really going to help me. However, what's going to help me is like a tool to really examine that, right? So that's something I like to do, is this like kind of oblique thinking of, well, what are the things that are useful to vibe code that I usually wouldn't even think of doing because it would mean like weeks of work, or because of a framework that I don't know. So so it's more on that area, like GDB Python scripts, for example, right? Like those kinds of things are really useful for embedded work where you can be like, you know, I'm tired of like having to walk my stack frame by hand and like fishing out these two values and then showing them, and I have to, it really breaks my flow. You can do things like, actually, why, I mean, I do really want to get this stuff done, but also, you know, since you're there, let's embrace it, YOLO. Let's do some vibe coding. Let's do some pseudo embedded vibe coding, because let me see if I have some. I moved all my dev kits to my studio, and I see I have this here, but it's empty. Because the Wi-Fi board would be cool. I think it's in the ESP32, but where the fuck did I put it? I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I have any embedded thing around. Let me think. Man, this is annoying because like, where the fuck is it? I think I just. I have a Zigbee thing. All right, no, whatever. Let's go try our luck. So I'm gonna create a new workspace, and then we're just gonna do some lab stuff. So it's like embedded vibes. This tool, for example, to manage my workspaces, entirely vibe coded. I don't even know how it works. It just has a ton of features that all work. I was like, okay, cool. And then one day I wanted to add one more, and nothing worked anymore. I was like, okay, well, I reached the end of it. It works well enough for me to just use it. So let's go in here. Let's go into Go Labs. Let's do go work use dot, and let's start cursor. And what's an interesting thing that I could do? Like the Python GDB stuff is like a pretty good thing that I want to try. And it's been a while since I did that. So embedded vibes. Yeah, let's leave that folder to open. Oh man, it opened the wrong. I don't know how to see. Once you select it, how do you go back? You have to click on this. Anyway. So we are in the Go Labs thing, embedded vibes. We're going to create an experiment to, what should we do? Just like vibes max, right? In Go Labs. Is this good? Is this big enough from the font size, by the way? What are we going to call this? Mystery protocol device. Create a C program that emulates a mystery serial device speaking an alien protocol. Mystery serial embedded device that speaking an embedded alien protocol using a lot of bit shifts. And we'll come back to that because I do want to get stuff going here. Now I also forgot where I was at. I was like, I didn't understand. Oh yeah, it was with the renderers, right? So there's renderers and then there's model factories. And I wonder if I wanted to get rid of the standard renderers by themselves. So if we do, where was the, man, what is going on? I hate this. I hate this. Like terminal UIs inside of cursor on a monitor that's 1080p. I just can't. So if we do test, then we are in the onCreated. Then we look for the model factory by kind, and then that's it. So now if I do, why can't I focus on here? There we go. Weather Paris, fallback, onCreated, interactive model, entity record, So now it found a model. Oh, this is the LLM box model, right? The props of the record, yeah. And now the props of the record is location unit with something that doesn't have a model. Hey, yo, what is my debugger doing? Oh my god, it's like not even able to display the line it's currently at. And then I can't debug this. This is driving me fucking nuts. Yeah, I can't use the debugger at this resolution. I just can't. Like, look, I click on this and it's like hidden below this panel. I don't even know. Look at that. It's like just not able to do it. It's not showing the cursor. If I press escape, I go back. Like, no, what? So this was the bug. It would get it by key first and then get it by kind. And this was the thing that was broken before. Interesting. Oh, I can't work with this. So here it has it by key. And the result is now the tool weather renderer. Yeah, I don't know why this now works, but yeah, I can do debugging on stream. I realized that I shouldn't do this again. It just irritates the fuck out of me. All right, but anyway, we're vibing. It's like creating, I don't know what it's going to create. This was like a wild emulates a mystery serial embedded device. I have no idea what that means. But doing a lot of funky bit shifts, that's for sure. Yeah, it just looks like some gnarly code. This looks like some gnarly code. It's trying to compile it, comparison of inter. So, okay, so as it running, I mean, let's see what this does, right? Command experiments. What did I call it? Mystery protocol device. All right, so dev pts connect with stream, input error, read input output error. PTY mode or attached to a real PTY. Interesting. I mean, I don't know what this means, so we're gonna go back. Yeah, you could ask AI to do a task I wrote the script for manually. It was executing a command till the exit code was 0. Okay, and basically what the command did was check the firmware upload status for a device. That takes a while and plays a sound when it's done. Because yeah, so this is, I always did debugging with sound as well. Like one of my favorite tricks was to just have the debug console output MIDI, and it would output the strings to be logged as sysx. So I just had a decoder, but the rest would be sent to a synthesizer. And so by hearing the music of my main loop, I could recognize when the timing was off, or when like certain sounds happened, and then I could just like focus on the scope or focus on like something else. All right, so is that something you had an issue with vibe coding, like that kind of script, or because that seems like very very doable, right? So I don't know what it's doing here. I mean, it's hitting some weird kind of like cursor stuff here. pkill-int. But yeah, these kinds of scripts, for example, right? This is like this is the stuff that I would vibe. I don't care about how the loop is done. I don't care about XYZ. I just want a tool that does that. If you close screen, the emulator keeps running, and then rebuild and run the updated menu. Try this. Rebuild and run the updated. So what did it change here? Okay, sure. Try this. Let's try running it again. And then let's open the screen. Screen dev pts 57. Does that even exist? Okay, cool. So we do have like a weird mystery protocol, right? How do I attach? Man, why do I remember this stuff about screen? That I doesn't remember. Control I kill. Okay, cool. So what's some interesting things that we could vibe here is like create an interesting GDB script to help me debug this device. I don't know. I'm just gonna like go full in on create interesting stuff. Hey, good job. What do you mean by edit something for you logo? Well, so where it gets interesting, Noah, right? It's like, what the fuck? What is? What's going on? Good job. I'm ignoring you because I don't understand what you're talking about. So the kind of stuff that I like building a lot is, I mean, I don't have anything interesting right now. I have a ton for work, but I don't want to show those of stuff that I just vibe where I don't, man, it's late also. I'm struggling. But this is the kind of stuff where I'm curious to see what script comes out to start looking at. It's hard to come up with problems that are interesting enough to be challenging and not just like hello worlds. Do we have global variables in here? What's the... Well, let's say I want to have like, I'm going to make something up that's like not all that easy to vibe. I want to have, while this program is running, I want to run it for 3 minutes or like a certain duration of time. And then I want to have a statistical representation of which functions got called. Turn it into a binary, like fake formats and stuff. What do you mean by that? I'm not sure I fully understand what the idea is. Yes, so you mean like real assembly or just like a fake assembly language and then turn that into yeah, I'm not sure I follow it, but it sounds interesting. Like it sounds like I mean, one of the things I want to build pretty soon, because LLMs are pretty good at reverse engineering, right? Like one of the things I have here is this DSP speaker controller here, and oh shit, it's still on because this thing is hot as fuck. And the spec I got for the protocol here is just like not correct. It like doesn't correspond to what's on the wire. So I just had a big hex dump that I recorded and then just gave it to O3 and said like, you know, please figure the fuck out what this protocol is. And it did. So it saved me like so much annoying time just like trying to parse bytes and match bytes to string length and stuff like that. All right, let's go. Oh, pretty. Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, let's do that. That sounds like a great little thing. So, um, I like doing like, I don't know, brainstorming. I don't know why I like doing it in Claude or something like that, but um, let's make up some weird architecture. Make up a pretty simple for a weird alien microprocessor. Yeah, why not? Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Like, I mean, it's not gonna do anything crazy, but this is the kind of stuff that it really likes. A 13-bit alien, blah blah, word size 13-bit, and then it just like puts out some harmony flag. All right, but yeah, why not? Like, let's pretend that this is gonna do something meaningful, right? It's actually boring as fuck. Why not, right? Like, we have this. It's not really interesting. Let's try to make it more interesting. DSP math for interstellar radio algorithms. No. That's not what I meant. DSP extend the ISA with coprocessor. DSP math, remove the DreamX stuff. This is also something I could compare, like see what GPT-5 comes up with. Extend the ISA with this. Think hard. The problem with Claude is that it always does like too much. Even if I said, you know, I gave it the word extend, it's going to be like, hell yeah, I'll extend it with like 18,000 things. You'll see, you'll compare it to GPT-5 that from the vibes is going to be very terse, right? Man, how often are you going to be rewriting this? I find significant change with GPT-5 and what I'm able to do. I find Sonnet a big liability for like long-lived code bases because it will just like pile on stuff. It will be really adverse to like removing code. I find GPT-5 has like, I mean, it is, you're right. It's like, nothing like seems too flashy, but like in the way this kind of stuff it is able to do for the way I work has been like really, really transformative. And it's only been a couple of days, but the kind of stuff that I was able to do at work the last 2 days is stuff that I was like shying away because I knew it'd be like, oh, it's going to be like 2-3 days of like messing with an LLM. What is this ISA? This is some super boring stuff that's like in the training corpus, and then some stuff that makes no sense. That also is not all that interesting. This is more interesting here, but also like nothing that really makes much sense. Yeah, this is, so you can see this is like one part of Sonnet where you're like, okay, this is like very much regurgitating like training corpus stuff, right? Like it's not all that interesting. So first design so we're going to do something that's called chain of thought. So I'm going to steer it into something that's going to make it a little bit more creative, right? First, simulate a small meeting of alien engineers, lead hacker engineer, minimalist, Linus Torvalds from Saturn. What else could it be? Space radio engineer, DSP master. They discuss aggressively how to create a minimalistic CPU core, right? After that, this core architecture gets dissected by a team of alien embedded engineers. Gruff old wizard, coding bootcamp, vibe coding enthusiast, locked in hacker kid. Go back to engineers. And so through this kind of like weird in-between kind of stuff, you will actually create intermediate tokens that are going to steer it away from the training corpus, if that makes sense. Yeah, Claude is horrible. I'd be like, sure, I'm going to fix this, and then it will replace your entire program with like a print success. And it's going to be like, look, when I run it, it says success. I'm successful. Yeah, I hate that. It's, I absolutely hate it, because you can't leave it on its own, right? It's going to be like, oh yeah, I tried to achieve success and I couldn't, so I deleted everything and replaced it with like 3 lines of code. And you're like, no. So this nonsense here is like, you know, it just basically fills the intermediate tokens with like something that's more off the training corpus, but like, I mean, this is just like pure training corpus again. So blah, 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 push core design team, halt. I mean, does this seem interesting enough for you? This is just a stack VM with 7-bit. Boring as fuck. What did this guy do though? So I think GPT-5 might be more interesting here. LUI. I mean, all of this is just like pretty standard. Phase register sets phi on wrap. This is interesting. QDSPX coprocessor. Yeah, this looks much more interesting, right? Like it has like this looks like interesting DSP primitives, not some like made up dream nonsense. Yeah, I like this. This seems cool. It has like forward error correction helpers with Viterbi. This is stuff I did like ages ago, but yeah, this seems much more interesting. So first way already, you see that Sonnet is much more of a yapper of just like repeating stuff it has seen, right? Yeah, so the personality playing is really powerful, right? And one thing that's pretty cool about the personality playing is that I didn't put this in by accident. Is like I do want to steer it towards a certain kind of code, and these 3 words are like maybe the best way I can describe this kind of code. Instead of writing like, you know, 20 pages of doc of like you should use like short variable names and blah, blah, blah. I know that this personality trait is going to pull it into a certain direction of code writing. So I find that like a pretty, I mean, it's you can sum up all these like prompt techniques and even like thinking models of like help the LLM output tokens that will help it output better tokens. GPT-5 produces, and what Sonnet produced. Sonnet was just like gimmicky regurgitation of the training corpus, right? And here there's a significant difference in the depth of what it did, right? This is not just regurgitating stuff out of the training corpus. This even seems to make a little bit of sense. Um, so I think this is pretty interesting. It's like a little bit too much, right, to do. Um, so um, so what I'm going to do, is there something that interests you in particular in here? I'm kind of curious about the Viterbi FEC stuff. I remember nothing really about it, but seems cool. FEC helper. Let's focus on the FEC helpers, do some research, write a full spec for a FEC coprocessor. Add write the spec such that a new intern can learn about the whole concept and the background and architecture and use cases. So that's the kind of stuff I like doing when I prompt it to write up on some code, like some technologies that I don't fully know. Is like I'm an intern, right? And so here again, the word intern is like a shortcut for a certain style of writing documents. Yeah, so I'm thinking of the coprocessor, and just like CPU ISAs, I don't know, they don't seem all that interesting as an example for me to to be interested in. But so other things that I do often, I mean, I'm having a hard time coming up with useful examples because I'm tired and I haven't done embedded in a while. But so, for example, let's say taking this BBS idea, right? Like I want to have a little Meshtastic BBS. So you have a Meshtastic node, and then you basically use that as a modem to communicate with a BBS. So one thing I would do is like simulate a ASCII BBS with very low bandwidth. Output your UI as ASCII. BBS is about space Viterbi FEC technology. And so the fact that I use these like weird space alien whatever stuff is so that I see what is structure more clearly, right? So if I were to use a domain that I know well, my brain is going to interpret too much into it. It's going to see patterns that maybe are not there. I'm going to be like, this is really cool. Like it knows how to do X, and it's like, just no, it's because I recognize the words. If I use some like weird ass space alien giraffe forward error correction technology, you'll see it's going to be much easier to separate the structure and the stuff it like pulls out of its training corpus from the like nonsensical domain. And that way I can like get a better understanding of what is actually here in the domain. And see, the crazy thing is, like I said, I do ASCII, and it's like, no, I'm going to do HTML. Like that's another thing, is like the system prompt in here is like has a really strong pull, and recognizing these things is also something that you need to just try, right? It's like once you start to see like, oh, this guy really likes HTML, either because of its system prompt or the way it's been trained, the next time you vibe with it, knowing that you can just say like no HTML is going to be a really important thing, right? And so I forgot this because I usually don't forget about this, and I should turn off the thinking mode. So one thing I'll do pretty often is just like I'll have it pretend to be the program I want to write. And see, I told it like very low bandwidth, lower bandwidth, think 10 bytes per second, adjust accordingly. All right, yeah, so that's what I want. And then I'm going to do 6. And so now I can start interacting with something that's like a simulated BBS, where you're like, yeah, what is the use of this, right? And then entering sightings, you're in a room, chat room. Hello. So here I can kind of interpret what it says, right? It's like I prefer /m kind of commands. So now I can kind of like experiment with how I want my thing to behave and kind of see it, right? And I mean, it's not coding per se. It's definitely vibing, right? But if so how do I escape? /q. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go /q. And then I'm going to go to viterbi. And I'm going to say A. Yes. More options /commands. So I can start like just refining, for example, the behavior of the code, right? And play with it, say like, yeah, this is cool, this is not cool, like whatever. And then at the end, I can say like, oh, write a spec for this UI and BBS system. Only the parts that I explored, remove the rest. And now I have a spec, right? And this was like a very like kind of playful way of getting to the spec, is like, oh, I'm kind of like experimenting with the thing I actually want to build, and then get probably like a pretty detailed spec. Like Claude sucks at writing specs. I hate Claude. I hate Sonnet. Written out paragraphs, concept, architecture, make it a real guide. I don't know how to prompt it either. But right, and the fact that I made it like Space Alien FEC or whatever allowed me to more clearly see what is this and what is like, otherwise, I mean, it's still like very, very standard words, but it helps me understand that it's not about, say, embedded or so. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it right now. Holy shit, now it's yapping. This is unreadable because every paragraph's the same length, and then the previous one was better. No. Merge the two. All right, let's go back to GPT-5 though. Let's focus on the FLSPs. Write a spec, a complete intern-friendly spec, goal, offload heavy channel decoding math. And so now, because I have the research, I actually also have like all these links. So it's like just makes for a nice document for me to get deeper. Usually this stuff is fairly good. I mean, obviously I would like double check these kinds of things for sure. But yeah, it's often pretty nice to turn this into something with references and all of these things. Engines can run concurrently, data model, LDR frames. So let's say this is like a pretty interesting error correction code coprocessor. I'm really out of it. I never was really like a communications dude. But I'm going to say that this is pretty interesting. It's probably like a little bit over-engineered, too much features. So it's like make a Redux minimal version for students. And so, I mean, it sounds kind of like ludicrous to do this, but the more you do this kind of work, the more you start to just get a sense for the personality and the capability of these different models. And I don't think there's like a shortcut to that, right? Okay, so this sounds cool. QFEC mini with a couple of registers. You can see that this is like terse as fuck. And so you get two decoders, and then so this is very cryptic. This is something I like about GPT-5 and o3 is like it's almost too cryptic, but like every word in here has like real meaning. It's like not slop. Yeah, do you have an example of what you mean by issues? Okay, so turn this into a full guide that can be used on its own to implement an emulator. Let's see if it's able to do that. I mean, GPT-5 to me is also a new model. I haven't played much with it. Man, I actually wanted to get shit done. It's not working. I guess I fixed this bug, or like, did I fix it? Use inference API for Pinocchio, Bobity, go run command chat, because this is now working, right? And then it had, however, it had this weird bug where it was streaming twice. Or did it fix that as well? Oh yeah, okay. So I'm going to commit though. Fix renderer stealing. And so here I'm going to go just to GPT-5 to the normal. I kind of want to have an explanation of how this all works. Command chat, and then the actual chat implementation is in chat model. So in model.go, okay, no, so starting from and using chat main.go as starting points, write a full documentation on how the chat system works, because like this is wrong now. This is wrong. Yeah, goodbye. On how the chat system works, how to register renderers, etc. Run, glaze, help, how to write good documentation pages. First, the glaze binary contains help pages. So for example, to say the glaze binary, that's something I had to learn. If I don't put that in or explicitly say like, look, yo, run glaze, GPT-5 will skip over it. Sonnet won't. Sonnet just like needs this backtick stuff to know how to write a good document. Search and analyze deeply. So now we have a full guide, QFEC mini emulator guide, 2 engines, emulator FEC, the emulator exposes blah, blah. This is cryptic, but and it already explains a little bit too much. It's still writing. So explain the architecture in detail. 。 What's the 30 million line problem? Okay. Um, but I mean, they, oh, 30 million line problem moratorium. Like they're not problem solvers in as much as they are, at the end of the day, pattern matches, right? So um, it really, like, I'm not trying to push them too hard in the sense that I don't expect them to solve problem in as much as they can assemble patterns that I know like the bigger the models become, the bigger these patterns are that they can recognize. And then it's like, okay, are there problems that can be solved by assembling these patterns that are just like annoying to get to by hand? Yeah, so I added the moratory part, right? Like one thing I like to do is do these, like, a friend called this like brutalist prompting, because it makes it much easier for me to refine the prompting skills. It's like if I only have to change one word, then I can really easily tell what happens, right? And so here I just had to add these two words. And if I were to experiment, I'd be like, oh, what happens if I do this, right? I think it's going to find out that it's moratory just because it's going to think a little bit harder. I don't know what this means. Is this the moratory thing? I don't remember what the previous solution was. And then in my history, I know that it likes Golang, so it's going to use all kinds of like technology that I like well. I don't remember what it did before, and also it doesn't seem like I can. Oh yeah, I have one of two. A simple task, reading a file, now involves navigating an immense stack of drivers. Yeah, you see, running into the million lines of code. Yeah. So you want to know, like, because if I ask it to solve it, it will like do some. I mean, I don't know what GPT-5 is going to do. I can tell you if I give this to Sonnet, it's going to give me like some super boring thing of like, we should write smaller code. And it's like, sure. Yeah, I don't know. Like at this point, it's more like the LLM is a search engine, right? Like there's no real super cool patterns to apply per se. And so, I mean, I'm going to try it because it's an interesting solve that problem, right? Like just to see what it's going to do. And don't forget to like regenerate 5 times or so to see how far apart the different solutions are. But this to me is like not a good, it's not a useful LLM problem. Like there's no value for an LLM to solve this because, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what a solution would be, but so what is the straightforward solution to like having complicated stacks? Like the straightforward solution is to not have a complicated stack, right? I don't know. Because like one of the things I'm really excited about, and I think with GPT-5, from what I've seen, we might be in the realm of possibilities of it, right? Like device drivers, you're an embedded engineer. Like most of it is like not rocket science, right? It's like just a lot of like applying patterns and then doing like a lot of testing to make sure your assumptions are correct, that the clock indeed is able to take whatever it takes, that like you need to toggle this bit before you toggle this bit, which is a lot of effort, right? And then there's some parts of an operating systems that are deeply algorithmic and deeply complicated. But yeah, one thing I'm interested about is like basically it's absolutely ridiculous that this thing is like eating 30 watts. Is it eating? Oh no, my iPad is charging. Hold on. Like how much is this currently eating? My laptop is eating yo, yeah, 23. It's idling between 20 and 40 watts. Um, for what? for, for displaying this, I'm not doing anything. Like nothing is happening, which is like absurd, right? It's absurd that like basically I have an operating system that's currently like just looping over linked lists and being like nothing's happening on 1, nothing's happening on 2, nothing's happening on 3. Um, and so having an OS that's like, yeah, what the fuck is going on here, right? It's like, what are we doing for an idle device to eat 40 watts? To have an operating system that's as capable of what we have here, right? Or at least like really useful in a uh, in a non-embedded device way that has like just one functionality, but kind of having like a general purpose computer with like a lot of comfort. Um, I don't think you can achieve that by having a backwards Unix API on top of it, but that's another question. Basically building device drivers for pretty complex devices that are entirely built around power consumption as a first primitive, instead of still doing like 70s style, 70s style like Unix, right? Um, so, uh, so what is it saying here? I mean, here it's gonna like search for the talk stuff, right? Uh, but yeah, like unikernels, Mirage kind of stuff. Mirage OS, do you know that? Like I had two friends, funnily, that worked on this. It's like this camel like unikernel thing. Um, that's the stuff I'm really kind of excited about. Is I mean maybe a more concrete example. For example, a more concrete example is, and here I'll have to switch back to Claude. Is what I call like index HTML applications. I mean, this is all fun. And in a way, this is like a little bit similar um, to having unikernels, except it's for applications, right? Like, for example, I want to have, say, self-contained, so HTML plus CSS plus JS self-contained minimal application to, I don't know, compute. That's something that's like mildly interesting. Why is my mind blanking? I had so many cool ideas. To configure my home LED setup for color scenes based on times of day along with JSON export, right? So I do have some kind of need of generating like configs for Home Assistant or whatever. And instead of doing it by hand or like, you know, writing a big application or whatever, I make these like self-contained HTML things. So I have a single HTML file. It uses local storage and it can export and import JSON. And so now I have like a code-free, in quotes, right? Like I don't need a compiler. I don't need like a dev environment. I don't need anything. I just have this little HTML file that I can send to friends. I can open it on my phone. And it's like this kind of minimalistic packaged thing. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, right? And those are kind of like, they're great. They don't need the internet. They don't need anything. And I don't know CSS for shit, right? It's like, I care about this JavaScript a little bit. So if I want to tweak it, but like all this other stuff is like, I mean, obviously here it's like completely random, but this stuff is like I having it at the embedded level, like on the Flipper Zero, I'm able to vibe code pretty intricate like applications, even though I don't know shit about FreeRTOS. If I were to really dig in and spend as much time on it as I do, for example, on my Go stuff, then yeah, you can do like really interesting stuff with this approach of like being, you know what, like I don't need I mean, big frameworks still have their place, I think, because like this is maintainable up to a point, and then I'm like, I'm just going to go back to React and Redux because they're built for like composability. Um, yeah, exactly, right. Like it's the same with this like workspace manager app. It's like, dude, I wrote it for myself. It does exactly what I wanted to do. It's like a single Go file. I and then I just use it. I just carry it everywhere with me, right? And it's the same with these like HTML files. The problem is that I have too many, right? But it's like this could totally be an application. Like, man, this it's so fucking annoying that it has all these like little gimmicks. But uh, like if it does its job, this is something I could see myself using for 10 years, right? Like the same way. That's the cool thing that I always liked about embedded is like once your firmware is done, it's done. And you come back to these like old projects and you're like, oh, this has been running like 20 years, right? And like you see the device you built like 20 years ago and it's like, yeah, it's running, man. It's one time and done, right? And it's and that's one of the things I really like about the AI stuff is like this going back to why would I use a third party framework if I can generate the 1% of that framework that I actually need? uh, is uh, is really is really great for my sensibilities, at least. And then sometimes a big framework makes sense, right? Like, so that's something I'm trying to learn as well. Is like, when does it make sense to not rewrite everything on my own? Because I tend to rewrite everything on my own. Um, but yeah, anyway, I hope that you got something out of all this, like, uh, yapping. GPT-5 is really impressing me. Like, I tried something earlier where like a dude was like harping on LLMs, where this guy wrote like a really obscure kind of where is it? Wrote like a 4-line cryptic web server in Bash. The only thing it does is like serve a single file, and then was like, okay, do some security review of this, and then all the tools he tested like hallucinated some security issues, and we're like, yeah, there's this issue, and you can inject here. But really, what this thing does is just like serve a single static file. It doesn't really do any parsing of the input. And I gave it to GPT-5, and this is like some. It's definitely way better than what I would do. And so in his examples, I can find a link. In his examples, he would like explain why this was nonsense. So I had a pretty good sense of what actually made sense, and this guy covered it all. Like every issue where it was like, yeah, like there's going to be this as a backdoor, but actually it's not. GPT-5 also says like, yeah, like it could be an issue if you make one mistake. And it explained, like, I was really impressed by this because there's no way that Sonnet would do anything resembling this. Like, we can try with Opus. Let's try this with Opus. So what was my prompt here? Review the web server in this script, think extremely hard. We're going to go to Opus. We're going to turn on extended thinking. And then we're going to also do security issues. And then see what the result is, right? That's why I like jumping on all these like little nerd snipe puzzles, because that's how I actually learn how models behave. They're just like very self-contained yet very interesting, where you can tell what's going on. If I pointed at like 20,000 lines of code, I will be both deluding myself, and the model will like not necessarily show what it's capable of. depending on. Like here at the end of the day, it's like, I don't know, 200 tokens or whatever. Anyway, what were we building here? So it created a, oh, I didn't tell it to store it in a document. So let's change that. See, Sonnet would have written it in a file. Here, I forgot to do it. And like GPT-5 definitely likes only doing what you tell it to do. So I'm going to put this into new folder. Oh, 2020. Oh. It's the second time this happened to me today where I like really put my hand out of the keyboard. All right, so this is chat rendering engine.md. And what were the issues that I had with this? All right. Cool. Now I want to use this to debug this other issue that I had, which is when I submit something, so when the backend is computing, block the text input field. But also I had the issue when, so actually, let me remove this first. When I entered something twice fast, I got a already streaming error view, but was then unable to exit it and go back to normal. I know that this is stuff that GPT-5 probably will fix. So, and that's kind of a game changer for me. I know that Sonnet won't be able to fix it. And we can try this out, switching back to Sonnet and GPT-5. I can't like fork my discussion here. No, I can't duplicate chat. That's great. So we'll duplicate this chat and we'll have GPT-5 solve it here. And then once this is through, we'll look at Sonnet. Right, so this is going to be much more pattern matchy, even though it's like the big ass model, right? So, all right, so that one's correct-ish, but okay, it's not an issue, right? And then it just like brings up some, none of these make sense. And those are all the things that it like, that the guy was like listing. And we're like, yeah, but this is like not an issue. This is not an issue. And you can tell like this is the flagship model that thought for like 3 minutes on the script and said nothing meaningful about it. Right? Like none of this is an issue. And GPT-5 did think 4 minutes, but all of this is like really, so the explanation is I found really good. And so I learned a lot actually reading at this. And then it also says like, yeah, this is correct. This silently adopts the root path, but like that's fine. Only the first line is read, but that's fine, right? It says like, yeah, this is like a little bit weird, but it's fine. And then it actually found one security issue, which I think is something that you should take in mind. Is like it said, okay, you know that file is actually something that has had security issues in the past, and you should like maybe fix that because it's run, you know, as part of the request. Not that this changes much because target file is fixed, but that I found was like a good thing that it brought up. Which I don't remember. Yeah, libmagic attack surface, right? But anyway, I've never used Grok. I don't want to use it, so I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about Grok. I'm really impressed by the open source models, and I want to play more with them, and I will play more with them soon. So when I entered something fast, and I really wish I had on stream, I always want to read these guys, but then I don't have time. I need to insert a block to dismiss errors using the escape or error keys. The state is state error, and the message either ask or enter. I'll handle the user action. So that was exactly the fix that I wanted. And the error is visible. Allow quick dismissal with escape or enter. So this is like the perfect thing to do. I added two small fixes so you can recover cleanly, pressing escape or enter. And then down here, any error message now switches the UI into state error. Previously, it only stat M error, and dismiss error message clears the error, all unconditionally returns to state user input. So I am just so impressed because it just like steamrolls slowly but surely, and like it doesn't add much code. It really just does this. Like the code is almost too cryptic. Like that actually bugs me a little bit, is the code is a little bit too cryptic at the end of the day for my taste. There's like 0 comments. It's all like very compressed. I mean, a lot of this is like still my handwritten code from back then, but that's maybe the one thing that bugs me, but also what makes it great, right? Because I couldn't have asked for a better fix for the issue here. The only issue is that it's slow, so I wish I could like have it interact with my application while it's running, and that is something that I didn't figure out how to have it do well. So yeah. But so if we now go to Bobity and then we run the chat again, and I do this, tab, and then I can dismiss it and go back. This was weird, by the way, like, and then if I press dismiss error, it went back. Okay, I don't know what happened. Shit, what did I want to do? Okay, so that was the first fix. That was good. And then I have a second fix, so I'm just going to commit this. Git add ttemp. So this is going to be git add pkg chat tutorial. And then this is a books commit. Document the new timeline chat widget. And then this is an ambulance, add state, error state to allow dismissal of errors. And I wouldn't call what I'm doing right here vibe coding, by the way. This is like just straightforward coding to me. I'll fix the linting later. Okay, now just forbid entering text when streaming a completion. So that I actually don't. This is an interesting question, but for now we'll forbid it when streaming a completion, because we still send the completion messages. It's going to be interesting. When do we want to allow and disallow streaming more things? This is weird. Did it just undo stuff? My brain's a little bit broken right now as well. Because I actually don't know exactly what I want to do. Why is there like a tool, weather tool message in here? Yeah, it's like remove the weather tool, web search tool from model. It's meant to be a very generic widget. Yeah, so what I want to build is actually not like a pure LLM chat thing. It's like something that's chat-like, right? So right now it still knows about streaming completion, but ultimately I want everybody that uses that widget to register what's called a backend, and the backend kind of is able to control what the main widget does, and maybe uh, yeah, I'm not fully sure how to do it. I'm not fully sure about the design. Also, I think I just need to build a few examples with it. So I'm just going to take care of this like rough stuff here. And what I could imagine is like the backend API, which is, how does this even work? So you have like the fake backend is like the thing that just does fake stuff. And that's why I think the compact code of GPT-5 is a little bit hard to read. Um, Here it injects messages directly into the program. And so you could have it inject, like disable and enable entry widget, or maybe even remove the entry widgets entirely from the timeline visualization, which is kind of what I had before, and then I messed it up. So I'm not fully sure about this. The widget is now backend adjustix. Remove the demo Alt W Alt S. Okay, and now remove the conversation from the backend API entirely. Just make it an input string. So I think at this point, this is starting to be pretty well cleaned up, I think. Maybe I will ask it to do the last path. So the backend, see, it still takes a list of messages. That's not true. It's only going to get the prompt. We can remove submit prompt. Right, and like, so maybe that's something. So this is the behavior, the queuing behavior that like cursor does, for example. Replace start, yeah, remove submit prompt, and just use start with the string. This is going to be queued here, and that's like a really nice behavior. I like this. And the first time, the first moment the inference stops, either because of a tool call or because it stops, it will like queue it and like continue it, right? So like here, it finished a tool call of the search, and then that's a moment for a cursor to inject its own thing. And I definitely want to do that for my agent. So I think we're going to end in a state where the current architecture of it, this is pretty good. I want to get rid of this conversation model, which used to be the previous conversation string. And all of this is a mess. Like this is handwritten code, and you can tell it's the same kind of big messy block, which is probably influencing the other thing. And there's like a cache, because when the conversation gets long, it does weird stuff. Like all of this it's a little bit iffy, and I also don't like what it's turned into. But what I'm going to do is tomorrow I'll print out all this source code, right? Like I love printing out my source code and then just drawing on it. And that's how I like building software. Like that's how I repeatedly hack at a hard architecture until it becomes clear to me. Because like one of the things that I really wanted to do is is, so how did it change this, right? Like, so it removed the submit prompt entirely, and then it changed the start method to take a string. Like, it did exactly what I wanted it to do, and then it just like changed the things a little bit here. Like just a perfect commit. It took its time to get there, but like no more, no less than what I wanted, and that allows me to like really hack at something. Yeah, so that's why I brought the iPad up. Is that I do like doing that on an iPad as well. I like it on paper because it allows me to go away from a computer entirely, and I just like the feel of paper. But then on the iPad, you can just like layer, 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 right? Like, which quickly turns into a mess on paper. Um, but it's not even that I refer back to these drawings very much anyway. So it's more the act of doing them. So I think this is pretty good. There was like one more thing that I wanted to do here, which might be, so where's the stream start message? Okay. So, okay, so we're going to commit this because I think now if we do command chat and then while it's inferencing, I can still do stuff. Man, it's too fast. This didn't work, did it? I think because it's not sending the streaming messages anymore. So I'm still gonna like commit this. Art clean up backend API, and now I'm gonna ask it to do an in-depth analysis. So analyze the PKG chat conversation package and see if it can be entirely removed for our new setup. Write the results of your detailed analysis in ttemp, no, in boba-t. I'm just going to add boba-t here as well. In boba-t ttemp. I wonder if it like will react to typos. Detailed analysis on how to remove the deprecated stream completion message and conversation APIs MD. Because I think that's like what I really want to do at the end of the day is get rid of this old part, keep the new one, and I have a feeling that I might throw all of this away and redo it. Because when I wrote this, I didn't really know the terminal UI framework either. And so there's like a lot of like, I tried to finish the completion and then there's like atomic integers in there. Like, what the fuck did I do with this? Like, I don't know what I did. It's just I never really understood what I'm doing in this area, with and without AI, and I don't think I still do. Oh, my cat is gonna be irritating me. I might have to pause because this triggers me. Oh my god. Dr. Doom, I don't think I can show you how to change the code of a website app. All right, I'm gonna have to take care of this dude for a little bit, just so he doesn't annoy me. We have GPT-5 writing a doc. My old boy. All right. Yeah, I'll be back in 5 minutes. In the meantime, this is like writing a cleanup document. Then I really hope I can clean this up. all of this is kind of a, yeah, it really has weathered um, the onslaught of time and not knowing what I was doing. Uh, and it's not something that I've vibed or even used AI on very much, this area of my code base. And that's actually makes it trickier to work with at this point. I'm have to. Yeah, he kind of sleeps all day, but then sometimes he wakes up and like I'm autistic and like the sound of his whining is like really stresses me out. So I have to go take care of him. I can't concentrate otherwise. So I'll be right back. Mm. Actually, can I? Okay, now write another document that examines how Pinocchio main.go can be ported to this new framework. Store next to 03. No, what did I call it? 02 detailed analysis, right? Store next to n03. All right, I'll let it do this at least so that it does something productive while I'm busy playing with my cat. And then while I come back, we'll port this program Pinocchio, which I use, which is just like a chat app, right? When I do, so this is a previous version. And currently it can only chat. Like I don't have tool calling in here. And so that was like the main thing. Yeah, the ear protection, it's not even headphones, it's like ear protection. But it's not enough. And then usually I'll have, this is 37 decibel, and then I add the AirPod Pros. That's usually complete silence, but the cat still pierces through. So, and he knows what he's doing, right? Like he won't stop until I give him attention. But what's cool is like now this is actually going to be doing significant work. So, oh damn, it's already finished. Yeah, whatever. I'll be back. And he wanted his catnip treats. I've like spoiled him. All right, let's look at this cleanup document that we have here. So we want to determine whether the legacy blah, 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 and its stream message types can be removed and replaced by this. So the current in usage is the chat model imports conversation UI for styles and for stream message types. It converts stream message types into timeline events. Yeah. Fake backends emits stream messages and also for tools emits timeline events. They both show patterns currently coexist. So that's weird because it means that the disabling of the entry field was not working correctly, which is interesting. So CLI client, command chat client provides endpoints for, oh, this can be deleted, by the way. Where is this thing? That's like Garbo for sure. All right. What the conversation package provides, message types, a legacy model for rendering conversation tree and caching markdown, plus a style type. The chat UI no longer renders a conversation tree. It renders timeline entities. It understands stuff like really well. I don't think this is like in a document anywhere. And it's the clearly stated intent. Like it states the intent more clearly than I would. The only remaining roles, the style and the input box. Feasibility of removal, we can remove it, switching the chat input styling to package timelines chat style and removing the stream handling from the chat model, emitting timelines lifecycle events from the backend. That's cool. The chat model already converts streams to UI entities. We already have chat style components for styling. Only send this from the backend plus backend finished message, never conversation UI streaming. Yeah, user submit logic that creates a, so this should be moved actually. So backends, move user submit to the backend. And I wouldn't put what I'm doing right now in the VAP coding. It's just like standard coding kind of, right? Yeah, this is gone. Chat client is like gone. This was like an experiment. It logs stream telemetry. I don't even know what that means. All right, recommended end states. And then it mentioned something about the conversation manager. And this is kind of like interesting. Removes the styles, removes the delete the case, timeline UI. Yeah, this is good. Backend streaming, risks, programmatic integrations relying on conversation manager. The chat app no longer maintains a conversation tree. Downstreams should rely on timeline entities or their own storage. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, so that's one. That is cool. I think this is something that they will be able to build. And right, so the one thing I can't do right now with this tool compared to what I want to build now is that here when so this is fake, right? Like it's not hitting an LLM, but when I do a tool call, this is like returned as a real LLM tool call and tool call response. So it's just not an LLM producing them, but it's the same structure. This, I registered a custom renderer for this type of tool call, right? And I can even do streaming tool calls where if I have a search tool call that returns temporary results, I can like have them update like this. And I can even do tool calls that have a custom UI, right? So I can interact with this UI and then go back to my typing. So I'm not fully sure what I will do with this interactive UI of tools. I'm not really sure what that means, but I can basically have interactive widgets that are rendered on a certain entity is what it's called right now. So that's where I want to get at, because then suddenly I can make like tool calls pretty nicely. Yeah, I think you put it well, and I think the vibe coding, there's like a lot that is underexplored, or that we're gonna like start learning if you consider it in the context of either the whole product lifecycle, or working with, say, like a designer or something like that, right? Like the fact that the designer, if you give them a couple of prompt files, maybe a library, are able to just like build code that, who cares about the quality if the designer is like able to express what they want to express, right? Which is going to go much closer to the real behavior than if they were doing it in Figma or so. And then there's a good possibility that you look at the code and you're like, yeah, this is fine, right? Like if you built the right APIs and stuff like that. And so there's this iteration where suddenly if the designer can vibe code, or you can like code together, right? Which is like, because you input things like, oh, like maybe let's, let's try having a selector drop down, and like the magic keyword of saying like hit this REST endpoint or so. In an hour of pair programming with the designer, you don't end up with like a napkin sketch of what would be possible. You probably end up with something you can commit. And so suddenly the vibe coding part of it is the fact that you can have a conversation with someone while actually generating code is, I think, also a very important thing, is that suddenly you have a really good spec, and the spec might actually be enough, right? And it's a much better spec than having like a screenshot export out of Figma or so, right? It's much less ambiguous. Yeah, I mean, they're not good at coming up with names. It's all corny. It's all corny as fuck. I'm actually impressed. Like, I hope you could see the difference between even Opus and GPT-5, where GPT-5 really, really looks like if someone was thinking as a human, versus even Opus looks like, like a parrot with like funky names. That to me is really like apparent in my usage. And it was already apparent for O3, but it's even more so with GPT-5, where like, I mean, this to me is like absolutely stellar in terms of the quality of the output of analyzing this 4-line shell script. Like I certainly can't do this, but I don't think I know people who would be able to explain what this shell script does all that well. Yeah, I think, I mean, at the end of the day, this is still pattern matching, right? Like, I'm sure once I start to get used, like, I was completely blown away by Sonnet when it came out. I was like, holy shit, these models, they're incredible. And now I look at Sonnet, I'm like, I know what you're doing, bro. Like, don't do it. With with O3 and GPT-5, I'm sure I'll get to a point where I'm like, okay, I know what it's doing. Like I had the same thing with like deep research. Deep research, when it came out, and was like, this is amazing. I never thought like models would be able to do it. Now I can recognize deep research slop. It's still very good, but I can totally recognize the slop that it creates, right? Like I have developed this sense of being like, yeah, it's just a pattern matching machine. And I'm sure this will happen with this kind of stuff as well, where like I'll stumble on things I'm like, this is garbage, and try to understand why it's garbage, like where this nonsensical stuff comes from. But here it's hard for me to recognize the patterns. And part of it is because I haven't used it enough. The other part is like, this stuff is like starting to get really, really good. Like for example, I mean, those are more simple plans here in terms of I can kind of get a feel of how a pattern matching thing ends up having such a plan, right, to clean things up. But still, it's like it's well written. There's no like, if you look at Sonnet output, it would like always put like performance things and security issues. And I'm like, I don't care that that for performance I should parallelize the rendering. I'm like, that makes zero sense. But Sonnet will always add that. It will always say, like, you should parallelize the rendering. It will be faster. And it's like, just don't say that. um, it misunderstood what I wanted here. Did I point it to the wrong main Go? No, this is Pinocchio's main Go. How Pinocchio's, so it misunderstood the path. I've seen it do that before. Pinocchio's main Go in Pinocchio command Pinocchio main.go, which is a full-blown real LLM chat implementation. So I've seen it do a mistake like this in the past, where like I think this also will it reacts a little bit too strongly to typos, where if I typo a file name, it will not correct it, and it will actually write the typo file name, which in a sense is good, but I'm a pretty messy prompter, and like my terse prompting here actually goes against what the model expects. So that has bitten me a couple of times. This is one of the few times where I go back and I'm like, no man, like look at Pinocchio main. And if I had put it into the file name, like the way it did it here, porting Pinocchio main to Boba T timeline chat, that's a very strong way of prompting it to do a certain thing, because if the title of the file it's writing already contains what it should be doing, then that will like steer it really hard. So that's why you don't see me writing like spec.md or so. I've been sloppy because I'm on stream right now and I talk too much, but like I will write these like insanely long file names to really describe what I want, where almost the file name is like the prompt already, right? Better design for storing turns and blocks. Even that is like, I did it on stream, but the thing I write when I'm by myself and can think a little bit better, they'll be like a paragraph long. And part of it is also when you do ls, or when the model does an ls, it like really knows what's in this file. Like it doesn't need to like try to interpret what spec.md is all about. It's like called how to remove the turn abstraction from the command UI widget, blah, blah, blah. Then it's like, yeah, I think I know what's in there. So what does it come up with? It's faster tonight. Like I think this definitely has to do with load as well. Pinocchio initializes the Cobra root command, sets up help and blah, blah, blah. That's like not interesting. Implication, target architecture with Boba timeline chat, designing the Pinocchio backend adapter. This is wrong. I didn't point it to the right files. Look at chat runner, and commands, no UI. Pinocchio package UI backend, and analyze how Pinocchio interacts with the old chat widget. Okay. See, I'm learning. I shouldn't have been so casual about the main.go, because Pinocchio is actually a pretty complex piece of program, and not just like a terminal UI. It has like tons of verbs, has all kinds of like template rendering things. So just saying like, actually the UI is not even triggered by the stuff in here. It's actually triggered by the chat runner and the commands. So yeah, this was a mistake on my part. It's like hoping a little bit too much out of it. Because there the architecture is pretty opaque. Like it's very unclear from reading the main.go and even all the files under the command folder how the UI is actually started. That's like in a very different part of the system. The chat runner is like where it started. So let's redo the analysis. I'm not going to try with Sonnet because where do I want to get to tonight? I do want to get to Pinocchio compiling and working decently well that I can use it, and then I'm going to try adding a tool call to Pinocchio. And if that works, I'll be really happy. I think this is going to be complex though because I removed the conversation management from the UI, and I think the conversation management was kind of done in the UI. I'm not sure. We'll see what it comes up with. We'll see. Yeah, I'm actually really curious. Like this is merging 2 or 3 abstractions, or pieces of machinery together. So we have boba-t, which is like my UI widget library, and it now has this like basically just timeline of entities with a renderer attached. Like it has nothing to do with LLMs per se at this point, except that the example program simulates streaming completion. And Pinocchio is something that allows rendering and running like prompts, and I attached a UI to it, which I then later on extracted out of boba-t. And Geppetto is the framework to interact with an LLM. So long time ago, all 3 things were in one. And I separated Pinocchio out of Geppetto because I wanted to add a ton of features without burdening the LLM library. And I refactored the core of the LLM library like completely last weekend. I just like completely ripped it apart and replaced like the core abstraction, just completely removed it and updated it. And part of that was removing the sequence of what a chat is from the sequence of the messages sent to the LLM, right? boba-t is like just a random collection of UI widgets that I've been building. And so one of these widgets is like the widgets that I have in there are, so if you look at the packages I have like an autocomplete widget, I have like buttons, I have this chat thing, I have a command palette, I have a file picker, I have like a REPL, I have like spark lines, text area, like I have a bunch of stuff here. Timeline is like the new thing. And let me see if I have example commands. So go run autocomplete. Yeah, so this is like a widget that you could reuse. This is, I don't even remember what buttons is. I mean, I guess they're buttons. How do I quit this? Fuck. I don't know how to quit it. All right, goodbye. Then what else do I have? I have the chat that we were looking at. I have the command palette. I don't even remember what this is. Welcome to the chat REPL with command palette. Open P to open the command palette. Okay, so yeah, that's cool. I don't think I've ever used that. I think I just vibed it and I was like, that's really nice, but I don't know what to do with it. So, okay. What else do I have? It's maybe good for me to go back just to see what I all have at my disposal. Conversation. Yeah, so this is broken as fuck. Like it's the old one and it has like a lot of debug stuff. So I'm going to delete that. The file picker is a file picker, which is really nice and I should use it more. This is entirely vibe coded. I like, make me a file picker, and then this came out. And it has like a lot of features. I can do copy paste. I can like toggle the hidden files or not. Is there a hidden file here? Yeah, you can toggle the hidden files. You can toggle the details. It's just wild. It's just the stuff that came out is just like toggle preview. I can create a new directory. Checking. I don't know. This is like pretty wild. Yeah. No, I called it boba-t because it's like bubble tea widgets. That's why I called it that. What are some other things that I have? I think there's more that are in examples. Yeah, I should reorganize this a little bit. I have like a JavaScript REPL function. No, how does, oh my God, I don't even remember how to write JavaScript. Is it like this? Holy crap, I can't code anymore. I'm like LLM brained. Um, I have like a REPL, JavaScript REPL. I think yeah, see, there's like a lot of slop here. I like my timeline. I'm not sure what the rendering algorithm does here. But yeah, this is funny. Yeah. Anyway, that's boba tea for you. All right, what's the new document here? Ooh, and the edibles are kicking in. So the runtime chat orchestration lives in a chat runner. It creates an engine, sets up an event router, and builds the boba tea UI. Boba chat, initial model. Okay. The backend bridges engine events to the old chat widget by translating event to conversation stream messages. Gap versus new framework. Backend API changed to start, prompt string, and timeline only UI events. The chat UI no longer depends on conversation stream messages. It expects either direct timeline UI entity, and I think update by now that the UI doesn't manage the conversation anymore, the backend has to keep track of the turns blocks by itself. C turns MD. So this is this new abstraction that I built in C turns MD and inference engines. And so what I'm doing here, like which documents to reference, that really makes a huge difference in terms of how something progresses or not, right? And so those are even more important than the actual code. And I refined this format quite a bit. Like I have a prompt to create files in this style. It's very terse, but it also gives all the information that is necessary, or almost all of it. Like it should mention the package names actually. Add a section to 03 porting Pinocchio. Add a full detailed section on how to do that. Also, while researching, add the proper package names to and 07 turns. No, it's 06 inference engine and 07 tools, so that people reading the doc know immediately where to import things from. That's actually also really important, to have the right package import path right in the file where the things are used. Those are the little tricks that you learn when you build a lot. Just be like, oh, it always struggles with package imports. Thus, you start developing this like sense of when to mention package imports or not. And people put that into like the top level agent MD and like curate these things. Maybe I should. I'm like too disorganized to really work at one. So it's more like stuff I remember. But at work, we're going to get more aggressive around managing markdown files because we're like now 4 of us and we're casually pushing like 10,000 lines pull requests left and right, writing a lot of intermediate files, right? Like these these T temp files, the folder at work has like 500,000 lines of markdown specs in there, and like some of them are really, really important, but only I know that they're really, really important and use them all the time, and then my colleagues don't, and um, it's like not working well anymore. But those files are more important than the code, right? It's like if you link the right file, it will do everything automatically. If you don't link it, it will like destroy your code base. Like those things are pretty I mean, it's like a person joining your team, and if you just let them like hack on the code base without telling them where the documentation is, then like they're definitely going to struggle. Maybe they'll do a good job, but they'll struggle. If you tell them like, "Hey, here's a tutorial on how to install the dev environment," then it'll be like much easier. um, so it added the package names, right? So this stuff is like really important because suddenly it avoids like breaking files left and right, which will fill the context window, which will cause breakage. So those things are really important to put in there. And so here, this is the new section about current integration overview. It added 122 lines under 5. Okay, so what is the 5 section? Managing turns and blocks in the backend UI. With the UI decoupled from conversation management, the backend is responsible for building the turn block state using Geppetto's turn blocks. See also Geppetto docs on turns and engines. Packages to import. Okay. Create, maintain a turn per run. Append a user text block on submit. Initialize an engine via factory and attach an event string sync for streaming. Translate engine events to timeline entities while also updating turn blocks. Optionally persist turns in memory disk to restore history later. Okay, so this seems pretty fucking good. What's the status of my workspace? This is going to take a while because there's like 18 different repos checked out. Yeah, it's I give workshops, or I haven't given many workshops, but I always tell people who are introducing, and there's always this mandate coming from the top, right, where like the AI hype will cause them like, people are 10 times more efficient and everybody should be using it. And so I believe the 10 times more efficient, right? Like I think it's totally possible to become 10x, but it's not because you can write 10x code, right? It's like the real multipliers is, so what I tell people is like, start with the humans, what the humans want to have a good job, like what are the friction points, and like especially examine the communication points in between people, right? And then the use cases for AI will start to become much clearer. And if a developer, for example, likes the like what I call puzzly programming, right? Like where you have 10 lines of code that do something pretty complex and you have to think really hard about it. AI is not going to help you very much, like solving that puzzle, right? I mean, sometimes it will, sometimes it won't. And does this person need to use AI? No. Like that's not going to make that much of a difference. However, what might make a huge difference is that if every pull request that they get to review is formatted correctly, right? Like maybe that really fucking annoys them to have like pull requests where every time it's like a complete mess and they have to search for the documentation, like no one links the freaking things correctly, right? Like stuff like that. AI can help them, like they don't even need to use it, but if they say like, look, we have now the possibility to have every pull request pre-reviewed, plus formatted correctly, plus a little agent that like will look for the relevant files in code base and like link them, that could potentially like unlock weeks of frustration, right? And so that's like how I communicate this, where some people will like vibe coding and run with it, and some people will like just not. Like people think differently. People have like different levels of comfort with change, and some are, I'm like on the more flexible side where I'm like, I don't care too much about the code except when I really do have to care. But I know other people really like to have full control, like full understanding of what their output is, right? Um, and so, yeah, I mean, we're really at the forefront of a revolution, right? Like the way I like to think about it, it's like it's 1945 and Turing is just like started standardizing what like kind of computation is. And John von Neumann is like kind of thinking about what is a computer with modifiable memory. Um, and that's the time where we're at, where we could continue to say like code is just like code like before, but we have all these like new, we don't have an understanding of how to really work with these things. And like the stuff we're doing right now is just like stabbing in the dark, right? And that also explained like some people find it incredible, and then the person like literally 20 centimeters to the left is like what a piece of crap. Um, and yeah, I don't know. I find it fascinating, right? Like just the fact that I have a tool like this is a tool that I spent maybe 3 minutes on, and I use it so often. It saves me so much time. I have no idea how it does its stuff, and my colleague uses it now. It seems to work for him too, you know. And does that mean I like the use of AI is like if I can create a tool like that for my team, maybe that's a 10x. Like maybe that's enough, right? It's like we solved one problem that we always had. Or like if you think in an embedded context, for example, um, yeah, for example, right? It's like maybe they're fine thinking that when I copy paste AI code, I'm just like the way I think about it is like I'm also just like in a big feedback circle, right? Um, but because the technology is such a mirror of the words you put in anyway, it's like the best way to interact with the AI is like the way you think is best to interact with the AI. But that means it's only your way of interacting with it, right? It's like you shouldn't project that either the fact that you don't like working with it to other people, neither should you, the way you work with it and are happy with it, it be the way that someone else is the best way. Because if you can't think the same way that I think, then using my prompts will actually be harmful because you don't understand why I thought of these prompts and what I'm looking for in the answer. So it's very much such a personal way of playing with it. The only thing you can do is like listen to what other people use as prompts and then say like, oh, that resonates with me. I think that's very cool. I'm going to try it. Like I'm totally not a person that writes like 20,000 line specs that control very rigidly what everything should be doing. But also I know that it will work for other people for who think it works, if that makes sense. Because the output of the LLM is just going to be like mirroring back what they put in, plus a little bit of added value from the training corpus and like from other sources that you added to the context window. But if that's what you were expecting to get back and that's useful for you, then that's a useful use of AI. And for me, it would be like complete waste of time. I don't know if that makes sense as like a little rambling, but I find that a very good way of rephrasing what it means to introduce AI into a team, even if like a lot of people are skeptical of it on the team or whatever, to say like, look, the way to approach is like, how can we, what would be a better, what do we want to do better in our job and what is frustrating for us, and put that first and really focus on like just having a more pleasant work environment, doing all the things that you couldn't do before, tackling legacy tech debt. Like those are what things that resonate with engineers, right? We could say like, do you have tech debt? Do you think the tech debt is like hard to monitor? Do you think the tech debt is hard to debug? Here's a use of AI, right? Which is, let me see. Do I have a, you know, write some garbage code, where you can suddenly show people, look, you have a big pile of legacy. Oh, I'm still, oh no, I'm not in Opus. Um, here's some wonderfully terrible code. It always adds the bad things as comments, which is annoying. But let's say that this is some like proper legacy code, right? And then you say like, yeah, this is annoying in production. Like the logs are all garbage and no one knows what it does and what you can do and show it. And then this might really resonate very quickly to people who think that AI code is garbage. And it's just pattern matching. It'd be like, yeah, but you know what pattern matching is really useful at is like making things consistent. And so add consistent structured logging to this piece of legacy code to better debug it in production, right? And then, so if you look at the code that this comes out of here, a lot of engineers who wouldn't like have their code written by an AI would be like, yeah, this is fine. Like, you know, it's easy to review. It's very consistent because it's pattern matchy code. And this will help a lot in production, right? Yeah, exactly, right? It's like communication between the designer and the developer is hard, is really, really hard. And now we have a tool that makes it much, much easier. It's still a hard problem, but suddenly within an hour, you can have a whole feedback loop that otherwise would take months, right? Like the designer would come in and be like, yeah, you know, we need to have like a select box here. And I made some drawings in Figma and can you do it? And then that's the design meeting. And then tickets get created and someone's like, oh, I got to do the select box. And it's like, well, I don't really understand how it should be opened. Like ask the designer who's like sick. And then they come back next week and they redo a Figma drawing. And right, like you kind of know the dynamic, but now you can suddenly be like, you can be in a room, you open your cursor with the design library loaded, and it's like, oh, you want to drop down? The developer types like add a drop down, put it in this file, like load it up and link it to this mock API. Like that's language that the designer doesn't understand, but that the developer can come up pretty quickly. But if the designer were there and you as a developer have to open the file and type it by hand, like that's game over, right? It's like, even if it takes you like 3 minutes, if you make a single typo, if there's a single thing that goes wrong, it's like, it's over. Which was before I would never be able to write even like the simplest SQL query if I were sitting with my boss in front of the financial data, right? But now we can. And so suddenly, not only is it like faster, but it's also like so much more pleasant to work with a designer suddenly, because you're literally writing the software together, right? And the feedback loop that the AI improves here, it doesn't even, at the end of this design session, it doesn't mean that you have to use the code that you generated. Like just take a screenshot or like generate a spec out of it, right? But suddenly it is all about the communication that has happened between you and the designer, that you fully understand their intent and that they fully understand what you can do or can't do or what the complexities are because they've seen the software appear in front of their eyes. And if there's bugs and something doesn't work, right, and you're like, oh, but the selection actually doesn't work, like that's not an issue. It would be an issue if you were to push it to production, right? But it's just a prototype that maybe the prototype is good enough to either push as is or modify. But if it's not, then fine. It's just like a very good spec, right? But also just like adding this stuff to existing code, right? Like this is, I mean, we're both embedded developers, so we're both always a little bit skeptical of adding logging in the middle of things. But in a web context, like this doesn't really have a big impact on the code functioning, right? And if you show to a developer, look, like you have a pull request that just adds like logging code and refactors the logging that exists to be more consistent, like, yeah, that's like days of work to do it that well, and you probably wouldn't do it that well. But now suddenly your whole legacy is instrumented with logging in a structured format, and then you can very quickly say like, log this to a database and write me some dashboard to show me the number of lines that have been going here. And then so suddenly, you can do, so let me show you some interesting things which I think in an embedded settings are interesting, right? So one of the things that I found was always left on the wayside is like, imagine you want to have a temperature probe, and the whoever EE or whatever sources the component says like, look, here's like 8 different temperature probe that could come into play. They have like little different characteristics. Um, they all have like different protocols or whatever, all have their own little quirks, right? Like some registers are there, some registers are there. The way it was handled in the past is like you would have a design session where you come with your data sheets and you talk and argue a lot about which probe is better, and then you settle on 1 or 2 of them and then test them. But now it's totally possible that you could say like, let's just test all of them, because writing a driver for the temperature probe when you have the data sheet, like that's not a big deal. But then not only can you do that, but you can build like a streaming thing that shows graphs, right? You can build all this like throwaway code that, however, has a huge value, because now you can select the right probe out of 8 by having really tested it, right? So it's like, write a dashboard for comparing temperature probes with real-time graphs and stuff like that. We are an embedded company building hardware for cruise ship kitchens. Yeah, exactly, right? Like this kind of communication stuff is, I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing. And it's still like human driven, right? It's just that suddenly things are a little bit smoother. Yeah, it is late, isn't it? Let me show you this temperature dashboard here, though. But yeah, I haven't done embedded in quite a while, but I have all these ideas where I'm like, man, if I had had that back then, all these like tools that I always wanted to have, they're like at an arm's length now, right? Where it's like, I mean, if I had like a real-time dashboard for my probes like this, like imagine how good of a decision I could have done, right? Like to me, this is, I mean, obviously this doesn't fully work, but like getting this to work with real probes, it's like 2-3 days of work, maybe, right? There's always like this significant factor of like, it could work in 2 minutes, but it could also like take you 3 days. But those are the kind of things that suddenly not only can you do some real work, but like, you could say like, oh, export this as CSV and add like a Python script to do this with all the necessary features. And then you pass that off to your EE person, and they're like messing with the Python script, and they know enough Python to be dangerous. But all the hard work has been done, and that like reading from the protocols and streaming them and stuff like that, that's like harder engineering. But suddenly, right, like this, to me, this is like absolutely amazing, that because this is understandable by everybody, right? If you give them a CSV file and some crappy shell script, it's going to be like, I don't know. All right, let me finish my work also, so that I can also go to bed. So, do you think I'm ready for YOLO? I think I'm ready for a YOLO. Go. Oh, what was the context window size? I'm going to switch to max. Yeah, see, this was too ambiguous for it. So this is the stuff that works well with Sonnet, but doesn't work here. Okay. Replace. Yeah, so update Pinocchio to use the new APIs according to the document. All right. Well, it was nice having you, Noah. I hope you sleep well. All right, we're 3 hours in. If this works, I'll be very happy. I'm already happy because I fixed the stuff I was struggling with. Um, Obviously, I'm not as far as I wanted to be because of all the exploration, but also I did learn, I think, quite a few things again about Sonnet versus Opus versus GPT-5. That's been very useful as an exercise. Um, I had a bunch of ideas that I knew I should have written down, but they're gone. So yeah, if I get Geppetto, no, if I get Pinocchio to run with this new UI, that means I can add tool calling to Pinocchio, at least as a test. And if I can get Pinocchio to call a tool in what used to be the traditional UI, that could be really cool. So GPT-5 is slowly churning through the work. Uh, Took 30 seconds to change 2 lines of code, taking 40 seconds to change. But what I find amazing with this process is that it just like it will churn for like 10 minutes and then it'll be perfect. I've like really, I think once or twice I did undo something because the code was nonsense. Usually, and a few other times I did undo something was mostly because I prompted it wrong and it misinterpreted like a file name as I did before or some other things. This was fun, but this is too opaque for me. I don't actually know enough about what this is all about. But this is pretty impressive in terms of like not being regurgitating the training corpus like the Anthropic stuff does. Um, oh, I wanted to control the IDE debugger. VS Code debugger server. That's cool. I think I tried that before, but maybe it got improved now. One 160 installs? Really? Where's the GitHub? Is there a GitHub even? Isn't right. What does this have as set breakpoints, inspect variables, and call stack? Should I try this? Not tonight. Update Pinocchio to use the new APIs. Okay. I mean, this is not a lot of code. I mean, none of it compiles either. Okay. Wait. Oh, there's no go work. That's why. Okay, interesting. Go work use dot. It's crazy that it recognized that as well. Okay. Yeah, indeed. Now it all disappeared. This is crazy. I mean, okay. Pinocchio, go run command Pinocchio code Unix chat hello. Okay. Compile Pinocchio. So there's still stuff that's like not fixed. Because yeah, I forgot to point it to the cmd.go. That's where the conversation manager was still hiding. It's fine. Yeah, I'm still pretty impressed. Why is it trying to use the conversation manager as a yeah, it shouldn't have a conversation manager. We'll see what it does. What did it change in the back end? Without an event sync? Why did it remove the event sync? Why did you remove the UI sync? It's already attached at engine creation time. We still create UI sync middleware publisher UI and pass it via engine with sync UI sync. Oh, I see. The backend's job here is just build a turn from the prompt and call run inference, forward engine events to the UI. All right, cool. I wonder if it's going to be able to keep history, because that part is like really a little bit messy. Yeah, it's not able to start the inference on its own. So we're going to remove the agent log and we're going to create it here. And then we're going to give that file to the UI to debug, to the LLM to debug. And this is all stuff that we should maybe remove as logging lines. So model.go, 800 lines of code, like that's not good either. 319. There are other stuff that appears quite a bit. Get renderer content with, set with. Chat conversation model, is that still used? Wait, why is that still used? Wait, what is this? Okay, just looks better. Okay, so add debug logging to the new backend and the Pinocchio code so that we can debug why nothing is happening when after startup. The logs are in temp agent.log. So now we're closing the feedback loop. We've done a lot of code changes. They don't behave the way they should, which I kind of expected. And it's a very kind of like weirdly intricate thing that I don't want to understand tonight. I hope that the model is actually going to be better at pulling the strings together and maybe even suggest a cleaner way of doing it. But I also have realized with GPT-5, the more you refactor these parts, the one problem is that it gets terser and terser and removes a lot of debug code that used to be there before. But the code also, because it gets smaller and smaller, usually improves. And it will do some pretty good decisions in terms of pulling things together and realize when stuff is not used anymore and kind of kill it as it goes. So in a way, I'm kind of playing like slot machine right now. I hope that something good will come out of it. I'm not putting any intellectual effort just because I'm tired and it's the end of the day. So now I'm just like kind of crossing my fingers and be like, maybe I'll be lucky. And a way to do that is like, because it's a pretty intricate, like event-driven streaming, 3 repos kind of setup, it's easier to just tie things together through a log file, which will allow it to find the files relevant and also which sequence of events happened and be able to say like, well, I expected this to get called, but it didn't get called. So what has been going on here? And then to use that as we go. So what's the 46 line? See, it's starting to add like a bunch of stuff here, which is pretty interesting. And it's exactly the kind of code that I would have added to debug, which is, well, all these like streaming events from the LLM, are they even happening? If they are happening, why does the program receive this thing? Okay, right, I'm sure this is like what it will instrument next in terms of the changes here. Is like it will start instrumenting or just reformatting the inputs. What is that? Yeah, so it will start adding logging to creating the like syncs. I think the main issue here is that this UI sync was actually important and is just passed in too early. And that's also like a weird ass decision I did when I wrote this manually. There's like two UI topics and they switch over. I don't. That's why like human code is like really a challenge for humans as well, right? There's a weird in the AI skeptic circles of like human code is like always kind of better and more comprehensible. Like no man, like my own code, I can think in such weird ways. At least with the LLM, it like kind of always thinks the same way. All right, so let's run this again. We're gonna remove temp agent.log and then we're gonna go run it again. Go mod file not found. Oh, it's because I have to be here. So remove temp agent log. Remove F, temp agent log, run it again. So yeah, I suspect that, well, we'll see. Agent.log. Engine is not running, engine is not running. Oh, and it doesn't have the, oh no, it does have the file names. Okay. Look at the log file. It says that the engine is not running. I mean, it will figure that out as well, but we're at 63% in terms of token length. The good thing here is that as we go forward and we add logs, what we can do at the end is like, okay, we'll write a report of how far we are, and then I can just go back in the conversation, say like, oh, you've got a shit ton of logging now, and by the way, this is you from the future, this is what you figured out, like, let's go back and continue. So those things are always like kind of pretty fun. What is agent logger? Oh, it like literally creates an agent logger. Yeah, you don't need to do that. So I don't know why it did that. Just use the standard logger instead of agent logger in chatrunner.go. The reason I'm having the same model do it is just so that it doesn't forget that it wrote something like this. Like I could change it here and then it will like maybe add it back or be confused that it's gone. Okay, auto start is firing, but the chats model is a no op in the new prompt flow. So nothing kicks off, and later you can see chat model initialize auto start true, no op in the prompt flow. Turn off auto start. Oh, so what's the real prompt we should send? Wire auto start to the prompt that is computed in command.go. Yeah, remove the agent logger entirely. I think it will in the second tool call. The rendered template. Yeah, this is what you should do. All right, cool. Yeah, because previously this message would be added to the conversation. The conversation would be used to instantiate the UI, and then it would auto start, use the conversation from the UI, and then have this first message. And I think right now it just like doesn't have anything. because the conversation management has been now migrated from the UI back to actually the main tool, which is good. It's all grown at the same time, so the boundaries weren't as clear, and now I'm really starting to separate the UI from the agent. From the by agent, I just like the LLM loop. All right, wired auto start to submit the rendered prompt at startup. So let's hope that it works. Now it doesn't even start the UI, right? Interesting. This might also be like a good time to go to bed. Because as I said, I'm playing slot machine a little bit here. I think it's productive slot machine because I am learning things. And I think it's productive for the LLM context as well. How are you doing, CryptoSpire? And I had to kill it. Yeah, because it started, submitted the rendered prompt of 616 characters, and then nothing happened anymore. So, and I think it removed all the logging that I used to have from Geppetto. So, feel free to add logging all the way down to Geppetto as well. I'm good, CryptoSpire. How are you? I'm getting to the end of this session. I'm like kind of little YOLO vibe coding right now because I don't really know what I'm doing. But it's okay. Like I feel there's still like a chance. I know that with GPT-5 I have less risk of adding slop. It's more like the risk that I'm removing too much from the code base, but I don't have this fear of like if I continue vibing I'll destroy everything. Here it's more like if I continue vibing I'll probably just end up with a better understanding of the system. So we'll see where it leads us. And then is there stuff I should commit in here? No, here we just removed stuff. Yeah. Remove deprecated modules. What's your background, CryptoSpire? Are you a developer? One thing is for sure it's slow, right? Which if I were by myself, I would probably have something else on the fire to play with. If I was by myself tonight, I would just probably be watching TV while doing this. I tried playing video games while this, but that's not good. Video games use my brain too much. Even TV is a little bit. Doodling's pretty good, but usually I tend to have too many ideas while doodling, which doesn't help. But I've gotten pretty good at like this daydreaming, like staying actually focused on watching this go and thinking about the code on the left. I should get used to like just stand up and do some exercises also, maybe. The prompt was auto-submitted before the program was actively receiving messages, so the UI didn't show and the process blocked until you killed it. I updated the auto-start to submit asynchronously after a short delay, so the program is fully running first. What does fully running mean? Can you use a running channel, maybe, like watermill router. But yeah, let's double check. Oh, so it only. Okay, so it's submitting the wrong thing. But I also can't input. Oh, I can input characters. Okay. Oh, wow. This like actually still works. How are you doing? Oh, it's not too bad. So two things, right? It's like, so does this work without the chat? Who are you? So if I do print prompt, you are an expert Linux. Okay. So if I do, hello, hello, who are you? I'm here to assist you. Linux administration. So here it works, but not when you start with the UI. Huh. Yes, do that. Also, we need to submit the rendered prompt and system prompt. So add them to the initial turn structure, just as you would if running without dash dash chat. I don't know if it's going to understand that, but also this is a good time to commit. We're going to add ttemp. And then here we're going to, so here it's like refactor Pinocchio and Boba T to use the new turn model. And then here, tractor art, start moving towards the new Boba T UI. Also, it's poop because it's not working yet. Not gonna lint. All right. Also, if running without dash dash chat, we still need to populate the UI when starting it. I don't even know if I want to have without dash dash chat at all, if it should always start in the chat mode. No, it shouldn't. I do want to use it in scripts still. Let's see. And I think after that, I'll just stop. It's starting a lot of Go routines. I don't know if this like all that great. With Sonnet, I'd definitely be like, no, 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 don't do Go routines. With GPT-5, I'm more has it done like wrong decisions at that level? Like so far, I don't really think so. I don't really think it has been doing like blatantly wrong decisions. Yeah, so this keeps. What is this doing? What is this? So it's still using conf conversation. So that is interesting. What is still using conf conversation? We should deprecate it in favor of turns. Go ahead. This seems like a pretty good idea. I'm gonna wait for this like last pass to try it again and then and maybe add a tool. Why does it still using the agent logger? Also remove agent logger across the board. That I misunderstood. That was my bad. And then I think our context window is going to be full as well. It's kind of wild to see your architecture evolve on something that you had no idea how to build, and still kind of don't, because I'm trying to push things a little bit further in terms of like having interactive tool visualizations. Like, I don't fully know what that means, but what the right API for that is to add like dynamically generated UIs and then have them like talk back or stuff. I don't. I mean, it's good to have like event-driven, a good understanding of event-driven internal watermill stuff, because that is starting to really help. Did a lot of that at work now, and I'm really starting to get more comfortable with it. I wonder how this is going to play with a web API as well, with a web UI. And that's something I hope I can vibe code on top of that. Like that the API of my event streaming to communicate to the terminal UI is so clear that you can just like generate an entire web UI to go with it. That I'm really curious to see if that will happen or not. Note how it's removing more code than it's adding. It's very, very like structured and plowing forward in a like thoughtful manner, feels like. I mean, does this still work? Maybe it's a good time to test. So that still works. That doesn't. Yeah, so it doesn't get the history. That's what I was worried about. It doesn't collect the blocks correctly. So that is indeed like something I would have expected got better. So continue. Also a big deal is that we have to send the entire, is that we have to carry over the entire list of blocks from one turn to the next, because we want a cohesive conversation to continue the next turn. Explain what that means and amend 03. Also update the document with everything we have done so far and what we learned. So semi-vibey, I guess. But actually, I'm happy. I think my roulette actually. I mean, that's what I kind of knew with GPT-5 is that I really have the feeling that I don't break stuff when I go forward. Like the danger of like significantly messing up things is much, much lower than with Sonnet. And so that even if I struggle with the prompting or struggle with the problem like I do here, I do actually make incremental progress, which is nice to know that it will remove code here and it will remove some code over there, and it will do that kind of just like plodding along. Yeah, no, it really shows like some pretty. I always hesitate calling it understanding, but it really is able to formulate what I'm struggling to formulate correctly. Uh, yeah, this is exactly what it did, and then it looks like it makes some pretty good proposals. Uh, on the rolling turn. No, I want the turn log reduce. Yeah, cool. So yeah, two good suggestions. Implement the log. What did it call it? Log plus reduce approach. Yeah. Yeah. No, this is I don't know if impress is the right word. I'm just like really glad that this model is there. Because O3 was not O3 was too cryptic for me. Like it was similar, but it didn't feel that it was explaining the things it was doing very well. Here, I always get like a feeling of clarity on how it makes progress, which is a big deal to me because so much of it is just integrating APIs that maybe don't fully fit well together the way they're written, but like conceptually do, and it's able to put really good words on it. Um, and I'm really glad for that. With Sonnet, it was always so spongy. It was always so fuzzy what came out. It would like not give me clarity about the code. This gives me clarity about the code, um, and especially legacy code. Maybe that's a good way to put it. It's like a feeling that I had with Gemini 2.5 Pro when the thought traces were not censored. Is that I would use the LLM, I would always learn something. I would solidify my understanding, and with Sonnet, especially in AMP code, I would just more and more lose the feeling of control. Um, all right, what's next? Update 03 porting to check off the things you did and also write a next steps section. I wonder if this works. What did we just say? So it still doesn't fully work. Uh-huh. What if we start in the chat mode? And here, so it knows who it is. Who are you? How many messages did we exchange? What was the first? And before that? And after that? So it doesn't know about this one here? Okay, interesting. So this might benefit from some logging. We're also pretty far in the context window. I added the next steps. Okay. Continue. Also, when starting in non-chat mode, not only do the turns not carry forward, but it looks like the UI session then doesn't have proper memory. Not sure. Add logging, maybe. Look at temp agent log and maybe add more logging as well. All right. So the thing I have in my logs is always have the source file and the source line, because that means I can go back in time in my conversation and it will still know where the logs come from, even though it forgot that it has written them, if that makes sense. So that way I can compact the whole thing a little bit better, right? Like here, I've like updated this document to say what we did, which means that I can go back in time, not revert the source, and then just like have a fresh session to continue like doing this port. So we'll see how much we can squeeze out of this. I think this like 90%. I'm not. Definitely everything that's like looking at log files eats a lot of tokens. Yeah, I think this like invalid arguments to patch tool is like a sign that we're way over. Like it's probably gonna fail 3 times in a row and then maybe I should, take a break and then start. What am I wanting to say? It's starting like to go routines. Like what is? This seems dangerous. Okay, but at least it has a history. How many messages? How many messages did we exchange? What's the first one? List my messages. Okay. List all the messages. Why is it taking so long? Okay. This is better. So what happens when I do dash dash chat? Hello, who are you? Okay. So what's the next step? We're at 97%. Yeah, there's no chance. So update 03 porting Pinocchio and add necessary context for a new developer to continue tomorrow. And then hopefully the last 3% allow us to do that. To at least update our plan. Cool. But yeah, this was some good progress. We're like almost there. Yeah, because render print prompt just doesn't render the prompt. I'm going to fix that because that's probably very easy to fix. Man, I hope we still have enough tokens left to just finish writing this file. It's funny that it broke like the template rendering. Oh, it wasn't able to write to the file. God damn it. Append to the file with. And before we delete our file with this. This is the problem when it's like at full context window and you try to squeeze stuff out of it. Maybe I could switch to another model that has like more tokens, like Gemini at this point. Let me try that. I wonder what it's going to do, because like the context window said 100%. But that was, oh, it's back to GPT-5 Max. I said Gemini. There we go. Right, because it says 100%. All right, now it's Gemini. But this is what I've seen it do when it's at when it says 100% in the context window. So maybe we just like fucked it up. We'll see. Well, I'll give it a time to fill its cache because this is also the first time I hit the model, so it's going to take a while with the size. Hey, Gemini always refuses my requests here. This is crazy. I don't know what's going on. So they said that Claude 4 Sonnet 4.1. Didn't they say 1 million tokens today? Anyway, I guess we can't squeeze anything out of this one anymore. So let's start a new conversation. Let's continue working on porting Pinocchio to Boba Tea timeline chat. This time we want to properly render the prompt template before passing it to the model instead of taking the arguments verbatim in command.go or maybe chat runner.go. So let's see if we can push it over the boundary of working well. Yeah, it is going to require like a proper review as well. But this was one of the rough refactors that I should have also. For 2 years, I kind of had like the wrong API, and it really blocked me in building anything agentic. Like that's why I don't have any real agents. But now with these changes, finally, not only do I have agents, but I do have custom generative UI for tools and all of those things. So interesting. I thought this logic would have been somewhere. Maybe I'm gonna break stuff now. Like this seems odd to me. But it might also just be like a better API than what I would have done. All right, but I'm really playing like slot machine right now. I'm like, I hope it works. I hope it works. I'm not gonna think about it. I just hope it works. Which is fine. It doesn't make for the most exciting stream, I guess. But like this is the last 3-4 days, and I really put in like it had been a while since I had done like a 15-hour coding streak, but or like coding sequence, which is not healthy. Has been a lot of API work that I really enjoy. We had like a significantly different UI approach as well that here is broken as well now because the other fundamental abstraction is gone. But like so many fundamental things that were like slightly off, or just like everything I've learned about building agents and LLM stuff in the last year or two leads to this like new API design that's like fundamentally, it's also not something that's like very present out there. This like middleware concept of generating prompts and having turns instead of a conversation. They're really kind of like novel concepts that really have been forged in a and a lot of thinking about it, or just like a lot of experimenting in other contexts at work mostly. I like that it thinks for so long, and then it will write 5 lines of code, and they're going to be the right lines of code. That's something I really, really enjoy. Because Sonus would have like started writing code really quickly, and then it would have been reams of code that don't make much sense. I wonder why it's not able to apply stuff to the files. Like, what is it thinking about? It also doesn't show the thinking. There it is. It's not able to apply the patch? Like, what the heck? We're in a fresh context window. Very weird. So now it's able to write code. Yeah, this is correct, but like where did it get that from? Man, what's going on with cursor? How did it know to do that? That's like, because this is code that must have been there before. So it's still using conversation message, but it should actually be. Okay. Oh, this looks pretty good. This looks pretty good. I wonder why this code disappeared though. Like I would have thought it would be like somewhere. But maybe it cut it out earlier. It's pretty aggressive on the deleting. So, I mean, I guess, let's see. Maybe, okay. Oh yeah, so the prompt rendering works. That's crazy. So does it work without dash dash chat? What if I do dash dash concise? Okay. So the only thing that we need to fix, the only thing missing now is creating the UI entities for the already sent and received blocks when switching from non-chat to chat. This is a prompt that I never would have imagined being able to write, but I think this is going to work. Yeah, no, this is wild. Like, you had told me even a year ago. When was a year ago? Yeah, even a year ago, you would have told me that I would be able to send prompts like this, which use very generic words, don't mention any file name or stuff, and that it would do some fairly complex work with it. You would have told me that last year. It'd be like, my job is over, and here we are. Um, that is crazy. Like I really think I reached like a ceiling. Like even if the models get better than this, I wouldn't know what to do with it. Maybe if they got like a little bit faster, it would be great. But um, and I don't. Did I say something similar like a few months ago? I don't think I did. I think I always had like something on my radar that was like, I would really good if they were better. Here, it literally does what I think I want to do without straying, and often puts me back on the right path, even if my brain is straying or doesn't know what it wants to do. This is a big deal, even if the model is like doesn't feel all that. No, it does feel significantly more powerful. It's just like not evident. It's just like not visible as such. And I can see the terseness of it and the speed like really grating on people where they're like, this is garbage. Um, I mesh really well with it. I find the thought traces a little bit like self-referential, where it's like more reasoning about which tools to use and about itself than like the problem at hand. I wonder if this is just like a result of the filtering. Like the only thing the models could be better now, for as far as I'm regarded, as far as I go, a little bit faster would be nice. Seeing the uncensored thought stream would be great, and then if they were free, would be great. Which means starting to pivot towards um, open source stuff is like definitely like the next part. Because if we follow the progression, is like what was flagship model last year at this point in time was like Sonnet 3.5, and we kind of have that in open source now. So I can't, I couldn't imagine that we'd be there so fast, but now I'm like, I can't imagine that we'll have like an open source GPT-5 next year. And I wonder what I'll say, next year at this time. I'll be like, I can't believe I thought this wouldn't be possible. Of course it is. Now it would be really great if like something like Sonnet 8 was open source. And then, I don't know. All right, so what is it doing here? It's like attach program. Ooh, that seems weird. Okay. Emit initial entities. Okay, this is kind of what I imagined, but I wonder why it has to do the set program, but we'll see. Like I think this works, like from the style of what it did. It does it a little bit too well. Oh, I used the wrong word. I should have been more careful. And UI entities now after switching over. All right, last little bit. I know that I always said I'm going to stop, and then 3 hours later I'm still there. It's so close to being perfect. I kind of like the zen speed of this. Like it's funny. I don't feel the need to like ADHD around because I'm like the way this progresses. I know that I don't know. It's weird. It's very calming to know that it's going to do the right thing. Most certainly, it's very calming to be like, okay, I'm going to wait, and then it's going to like change 3 lines of code here, and maybe 12 over there. And then it will be done, and you'll be like, that's exactly what I wanted. This is very, very different than previous agent. I also don't know how much of it is just like due to cursor and their new agent mode. It just seems, I mean, I like it. I can work with this until the end of my days. I wouldn't know what more I would want at this point, except having it open source, open weights. That's weird to feel that content. Uh, like I feel very calm about it, which is weird. You'd think I'm doing my automatic thing, and I'm not even interested in like reading Hacker News at all. It's just my fingers speaking for me. Um, yeah, I feel very calm about the fact that maybe this is the ceiling being reached in terms of what I wanted out of computers. Maybe it's just because I'm tired today, but I don't think so. I've had this feeling of calm uh, since GPT-5, since I used it in Cursor. Uh, this is cool. Yeah, this is like the right way to do it, and it did that in 24 lines of code. I just love this so much. There's like a little bit too many mutexes here for my taste. Like I'm going to look at this a little bit more closely. Like this is not. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is actually catching something that I would probably made a mistake of at this point, but as it still warrants a little bit closer look. So does getting the conversation, which is something we wanted to get rid of, right? Um, so let me see if it now does it. Yeah, cool. Um, my commit messages get worse and worse. Uh, yeah, and then there's like the simple chat agent, which needs to be updated. And I think I'm gonna stop here. Like I think just gonna say like now remove the conversation manager. Um, see, I have to resist the temptation to press enter here. I want to leave that for tomorrow. Um, but I'm pretty happy with where this all ended. Uh, update progress in porting Pinocchio document. This has really been like starting from Geppetto, my LLM framework. So, oh, look at that. Stuff has changed here. Oh, I added the packages. Okay, so that's cool. Add packages explicitly to doc. All right, and then if I do git diff stat origin main, yeah, look at that. This is all the code that changed. And then these are all the design documents that I used to get to this new API. So, I mean, if we do PKG, how many lines of code? So it's 9,000 insertions, 9,000 deletions, which tells you how much of this is like gnarly refactor. Then in Pinocchio, we have 4,000, 3,600 insertion, 6,000 deletion, which also shows you how much cleanup there actually is going on. And then in Bobity, this is 2,000 insertion, 2,500 deletions. So net negative, which is rare for the way I use LLMs. But this really shows this is like basically refactoring work, not adding any new features or so, but actually quite a few features were added. It just removed a lot of code. So that's cool. This is like with Sonnet, I never had like net negative commits, I think. So I'm really, really happy about where this is going. All right, and we'll continue tomorrow, I guess. Bye.